This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. You don't get no British debate highlights. If you had told me there was a British debate, it would have been yesterday afternoon for us. I totally would have streamed it. You didn't tell me that it was going on. We would have done it live. I had no idea that old ckers and Rishi Sunak went at it yesterday. You're supposed to be producing this show. Dropping the ball. Okay, we might watch some British highlights, but I got like a lot of news to get to. I think it's just enough to fit into an hour if I don't ramble for the first 20 minutes. If we get right to finding out what that news be doing. And then at the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to watch C-SPAN. And we're going to get some phone calls. We're going to preview tonight's big debate. I'm going to tell you how you're going to be able to watch, because we're going to have to cut off Twitch and YouTube, because apparently CNN has said nah to the streamers. I have to be on my best behavior on both YouTube and Twitch. So unfortunately, we're going to have to say bye to you guys. I recommend, like, I don't know how this would work if you're watching on your phone, though. That's the only thing. If you're on a computer, the easy thing to do would be to keep Twitch open. The Twitch chat will still work. You can still redeem your points. You can chat all day long. It works. You don't have to have a Kick account or a DLive account. Coming up my way, message me. Now you're talking my vibe, Flash. I love it. Hit me up. I have a hard time making plans 2 weeks in advance, but I'll try. We can try to nail something down. I'm totally into it. Here's your meme of the day. Watching this debate is going to be like watching your parents argue over which one of them gets to beat you. So at 9 o'clock, we're going to be going to Kick and DLive. We hit you with the links. As I said, I don't think you have to have an account on either one of them to actually watch something. If you have the availability, I would recommend watching on one of them, commenting on Twitch. See, I don't even know what Twitch looks like on mobile. I don't even have the app on my phone. I do absolutely nothing on Twitch that isn't on the desktop. Fuzzy, Sky Comic, good evening. Welcome in. Welcome. Good evening. I got plenty of news. You guys just tell me when to wrap up the rambling. I hate all apps. All apps have suffered from enshittification. I bitch about it a lot on stream, the enshittification of the internet. Everything has been enshittified. They give you worse service. The green lights on the podium. We'll see it here in a little bit. We'll see it in 2 hours. I've got a couple of different debate previews. We're going to talk about the protests that are currently taking place outside in Atlanta. Two green lights. As I said, we got plenty of time to do the news if we get to the fucking news. So let's get to it. Starting off, we're going to talk about Trump arriving in Atlanta earlier today. Is this the first time he's been back since he got tortured in jail? Me, those people were paid to be there. What ill-fitting pants. Okay, he could not have possibly been tortured because we streamed the entire thing.
He didn't fall down the stairs.
He was not in there long enough to have been tortured. We even have him on audio saying they treated him well. I remember it clearly. He garnered a decent little crowd there at the airport. A good 50 people, maybe. Well, can you imagine what, like, who would want to stick their hands in his crotch to measure? You know? That is Trump arriving in Atlanta for what is sure to be a train wreck that we are getting ready to witness at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 hours from now. 9 o'clock Eastern Time. The train wreck that is the 2024 U.S. presidential debate, the first of two that we know of. Could be a surprise. Sure to be a train wreck. Speaking of train wrecks, let's go to Madison, Illinois. Madison, Illinois is a suburb of Chicago where we've had yet another train derailment. Apparently the surrounding town has been ordered to evacuate. Deja vu. Feel like we've heard this one a few times before. It really hammered home the train wreck. That's what, like, when we had the stay-at-home orders during COVID, that was towns being ordered to ejaculate. Stay home and jack off. Shut up, Lester.
Stay updated about break.
I knew it was coming. I saw the NBC. I was like, there's a Lester. The Midwest got battered with rain. That's probably one of the things that contributed to this incident in Alton, a suburb of St. Louis, where a sinkhole formed inside this park.
You live in sexual anarchy?
It's just, whoa! Holy shit! Around 9:18 a.m. in Alton, St. Louis, or Alton, Missouri, outside of St. Louis. Fucking wow. Apparently this was yesterday. A sinkhole apparently 100 feet wide. Meatcakes, good evening. The collapse engulfed the bleachers and a light pole in the middle of a soccer field. Here is an overhead shot. I believe that's the video we just watched. Estimated 100 feet wide, opened up in the middle of a turf soccer field. The Gordon Moore Park on the northeast side of town is closed for an investigation. Any scheduled events are canceled. According to Alton Parks and Recreation Department, the sinkhole, which formed around 10 a.m. on Wednesday as a result of a collapsed mine. Security camera footage shows the sudden collapse engulfing bleachers and a light pole. Dougie, good evening. Did everyone see that video? We go like if some of you just got here, we gotta see that one more time. Minty, yes, the children yearn for the mines. Biden lose debate. That sounds like something like Trump would have woke up and been like, Biden lose debate. Yes. Speaking of debates, Warlord sleeping on the job over here didn't tell me that there was a debate between the Labor Party presidential candidate Keir Starmer. Is it candidate? Is that what you would call him? Prime ministerial candidate. Keir Starmer from Labor. I know, I totally would have streamed it yesterday. We'll watch the highlights here. And Rishi Sunak of the Tories.
From Nottingham, where Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer have clashed over tax, immigration and welfare in their final head-to-head debate before polling day next Thursday. It was a heated confrontation during which they faced questions from a live audience behind me who challenged them to explain and justify their stance on integrity in politics, the cost of living and Brexit. Well, our political editor, Chris Mason is here. What stood out?
Fuzzy Simba, thank you for the resub.
About the tone, it was all about the exchanges as opposed to the content. I mean, of course,
Tad, good evening.
Much of that will be familiar to regular viewers over the last 5 weeks or so. But it was the exchanges that defined tonight. It was a more free-flowing debate than we've seen in previous.
Leader of His Majesty's opposition.
There was more anger. There was more passion. There was more.
That is Keir Starmer.
Rishi Sunak had nothing to lose tonight, and that defined his approach. I thought he really went for it. You could feel that. Keir Starmer had everything to lose, and you could sense that too. But he was much more aggressive than he was a few weeks back when the equivalent programme took place on ITV. I think he'd kicked himself a bit after that debate for being insufficiently aggressive as he might have seen it. Tonight, the script...
Not high enough for this shit.
There from both of them.
I would have loved to watch this live. Seriously, Warlord.
Media in the coming
dropping the ball
and circulate with a half-life between now and polling day. They were prepped. They were conscious of what was at stake. It was quite a watch. When this campaign started, it felt like spring. Summer has finally arrived, for now at least, here in Nottingham. And so too, the two men wanting to be Prime Minister the weekend.
I wish they'd speak English.
Good evening.
Tonight, the beginning of the sprint finish to polling day.
It's a
First,
fucking ugly set, too.
probably won't be surprised by her question.
People are dismayed by the lack of integrity and honesty in politics today.
Got any integrity.
After the recent allegations about political betting, how would you restore trust in politics?
This takes leadership. What I did when one of my team was alleged to have been involved and investigated by the Gambling Commission, they were suspended within minutes.
I was furious to hear about these things. That's why I've dealt with it. But the choice of this election is about, as Sue said, it's about leadership, it's about integrity in politics. And that's a question about...
You got no integrity.
The Keir Starmer's made this broader point, but the point is, he's changed his mind on every major position that he's taken.
Sir Keir jabbed back. What about wider questions of culture in government, he asked.
This isn't just, what's happened this week, last week in the Gambling Commission. We saw party...
He has promised a progressive agenda and then walked it back.
...was convicted and fined for breaking the rules which he brought in and imposed on everybody else.
Next, on to a question about benefits as the exchanges got more punchy.
Sky Comet, I just want to point out that you will not see a normal debate tonight. It will be more akin to some of the shit that you would see on like a Twitch channel. Absolutely. Joe Biden is going to be dismissive and flippant, and Trump is going to be like a gigantic man-child probably.
Energized, personal.
And I just want to address Beverly's point.
You opposed it when I announced it. You literally opposed it.
If you listen
He's
to
British Fetterman.
The country more often, you might not be quite so out of touch. Beverly,
you are going to have higher welfare under you, and that's why you can't deliver tax cuts the way that I can.
the Prime
And
Minister
people
said-
should not surrender to this.
if there's that much wrong with the system, who's the guy in charge of the system over the last 14 years? Why is it so bad?
Well, you want to be in charge, but you've got nothing to say to people about what you would do about it.
We're an island. Why can't we easily close our borders?
If Keir Starmer is your Prime Minister, all the
Mitochondria
will be out on our streets, and that is the choice for you. Do not surrender our borders to the Labour Party.
Steve, this is complete and utter nonsense.
On the numbers.
Sir Keir said, hang on.
If it were working, why are record numbers still coming under your watch, Prime Minister? How on earth can you say it's working?
Labour want more return agreements, which Rishi Sunak took the mickey out of.
Iran,
took the mickey out of
Afghanistan. So when Keir Starmer says he's going to return people, is he going to sit down? Are you going to sit down with the Iranian Ayatollahs? Are you going to try and do a deal with the Taliban? It's completely nonsensical.
Trump did a deal with the Taliban.
Next, the economy and Rishi Sunak returning to a favourite theme.
Wait. The Taliban is the government of Afghanistan. If you're going to cooperate with the government of Afghanistan, you have to cooperate with the Taliban. That's just a fact of life. I don't know why that was a gotcha question for him.
Policies will mean all your taxes are going to go up by thousands of pounds. It is in their DNA. Mark my words, your pension, your council tax, your home, your car, you name it, they will tax it.
Well, pensioners are not going to be better off with the Prime Minister who's making promises that he can't keep because they're not funded. That's exactly what Liz Truss got wrong. We cannot... There's one thing that we cannot repeat at this election. Please do not go back to Liz Truss Mark II with this Prime Minister because the same damage will follow.
The whole point of nights like this is the power lies with the audience.
Liz Truss wasn't there long enough to do damage.
Made the most of it.
Mr Sunak, I think you made a fair job of being Chancellor, but you're a pretty mediocre Prime Minister.
Was it the British there before World War One?
Your strings are being pulled by very senior members of the Labour Party. Are you two really the best we've got to be the next Prime Minister of our great country?
No.
My primary job was to deliver that economic stability I could start cutting your taxes. That is the journey we're now on. So whatever your other frustrations, the choice for you at this election is about the future.
It has to be rooted, if we're going to restore hope, in my view, in returning politics to service. the sense that you come into politics to serve.
Thank you, Kears. There you have that was the UK Prime Ministerial debate that took place yesterday that Warlord didn't tell me about, that we totally would have streamed if Warlord had said something. We got more presidential news that we need to talk about. There is not a new president of Bolivia. A general has been arrested for his failed coup.
We're back now with the stunning scenes coming out of Bolivia's capital in what the president has called an attempted coup.
We want to show you this video of soldiers storming the gates of the government palace on Wednesday after a top general and his allies vowed to, quote, restore democracy in the South American country. The rebellion lasted just 3 hours after Bolivian President Luis Arce named a new army commander who quickly ordered the troops to stand down. Joining us now from Miami with details.
That's all it took.
Correspondent Marissa Parra. So I know, Marissa, this is just the latest political battle in the country. Catch us up on how we got here and what the latest is on the streets right now.
Hey guys, good morning. Good to be with you. So a quick wrap of history. Bolivia is known for its coups. In fact, professors who study this at universities have largely pointed to Bolivia as the country that has had the most coups and coup attempts since 1950. And so Bolivia is no stranger to exactly that. We saw this actually just years ago in 2019. Evo Morales was ousted because of a successful coup. And so what we saw in recent months, we have seen financial turmoil. This is a country that has already known poverty. And in recent months, this all sort of reached a fever pitch, if you will, with economic turmoil. And so now we had what we saw yesterday. And you mentioned that lasted several hours, kind of quieting down with the arrest of that general, guys. But so many questions, of course,
general guy.
what happens now and how the country moves forward with yet another coup to add to the list, guys.
Yeah, so the Army's former commander has been arrested, as you said, after an investigation by the Attorney General there. What was that investigation like? What happens to him now? And
K-pop trees?
Involved?
What's up, my friend? Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Just now beginning, we've seen the statements coming in overnight, especially from the current government right now vowing, quote, swift justice, saying that he will be tried. That general you were talking about, he will be tried, and they're seeking prison time for him. But one thing that was interesting, one thing a lot of people are talking about.
Back in my day, we'd hang him in the town square.
Himself didn't claim.
Can I say that on Twitch?
But it did appear that he was, as he was, chanting. He was, of course, at the forefront of that movement that we saw yesterday. But as he was being arrested, guys, what I thought was really interesting is he was claiming that it was the current president, Luis Arce, who told him and kind of encouraged him to do this, saying he needed something to boost his popularity. So right now, guys, is the tough and tricky part of trying to get to the bottom of who exactly was behind this, and that is something that always takes some time to really.
Well, he's trying to blame the president, saying like, "Oh, he paid us to do a false flag." Is that goddamn? Sky Comet, thank you for the resub.
Considering that this country is suffering from this severe economic crisis, what does this mean for stability within the country? Could we see more political shockwaves in the near future?
It's definitely not out of the question. We're supposed to have an election next year. And so there's a lot of questions on what this could mean for that and who gains from this. And so what we have in terms of that election.
Toads, good evening.
Scheduled for end of next year. It was supposed to be President Luis Arce, the current president, and Evo Morales. And so there's a lot of questions on if this will try to be spun in a way to delay that election. I think only time will tell, but certainly isn't going to do anything good for a country that was already in financial turmoil, now further in political turmoil as well. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Marissa, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching.
Shut up, Lester.
Breaking news.
That dude's hair was wild. I don't even know how you get hair to look like that. But I mean, I wouldn't know. I have no hair. God damn the sun. It's that time of year where I have to wear sunglasses sitting in my own goddamn living room. Don't really like it. Having this apartment now makes me realize how lucky I was to be, I guess, facing north to south at the other apartment to where like the sun never came directly in my window. Also had trees in the backyard, so like never had this issue. Can't watch TV during this time of the day. Don't like to sit here and do work during this time of the day. The blinds are down. The blinds are down as far, and like the sun is shining through the blinds. Yeah, I would need to get like blackout curtains. That's a thought, but the cats like the window. So, you know, yeah, it's got coming. I've totally thought about it. Definitely want them if I ever, like, cats are assholes, and they would appreciate it if the blinds were up a little bit higher. But I'm trying to keep the sun out of my eyes. Really can't wait for about 8:30. About an hour from now will be good. I can take my sunglasses off. The Supreme Court has voided a settlement with OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma.
Rejected a nationwide settlement with Purdue Pharma, the maker of the opioid OxyContin. The case would have provided billions of dollars
the Scrotus
treatment for opioid addiction, and would have required the Sackler family, members of the Sackler family who own the company, to pay $6 billion. But the settlement would have freed the Sacklers from any other lawsuits regarding OxyContin. The decision came in a that had been
So what are we doing this on the grounds of? That was too severe or not severe enough, and we need to hit them. They need to be open for lawsuits further, for they're just wreaking havoc on the entire United States. Torchy, good evening.
Painstakingly negotiated by state and local officials and victims of the opioid epidemic. And it would have helped resolve a bankruptcy that had been declared by Purdue Pharma. In a 5-4 decision, Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote that federal law does not permit people who are not themselves declaring bankruptcy from getting a shield from civil lawsuits. And in this case, the members of the Sackler family had not themselves declared bankruptcy. The agreement that had been hammered out was pretty much in its final stages. It was really just awaiting the Supreme Court's
They should still be open to lawsuits.
up or down vote. Now that the court has rejected the agreement, it's pretty much back to the drawing board, and it's unclear what will happen next, although lawyers involved in the case say they expect negotiations to resume.
The only time, like, Socks will piss on my sandals or something to tell me that his litter box is not up to his standards. I never let it get too bad. They've got multiple litter boxes. Once again, we are about an hour and a half away from what is sure to be a train wreck in Atlanta. The 2024, the first 2024 presidential debate of at least two. This is drone footage from outside the McCamish Pavilion in Atlanta. I do not think I've seen a concert there, so I don't know anything about this venue. Apparently, is the street being shut down? No, they got some cars traveling. If you've ever been in a city when a president is visiting, it is wild. They will usually shut down like at least the 2 blocks around whatever like venue they're going to be in. Illinois sinkhole. No, we had a train crash in Illinois. We had a sinkhole in St. Louis, in Missouri, next to Illinois. And that sinkhole was wild. We watched that video like 5 times at least. We're watching drone footage of where the debate's gonna be. Yes, that's the video we watched earlier, and the BBC has it wrong. It's not Illinois, it's Missouri. Alton, Missouri. Or maybe I just assumed it was Missouri because it was the St. Louis Dispatch. St. Louis is not far from Illinois. It is possible that it did indeed happen in Illinois, and I just assumed it was in St. Louis or outside of St. Louis, which it could still be outside of St. Louis. I'm just saying. I'm not a pre-watch Andy. Snicks, good evening. Venus, welcome. There will be protests at tonight's debate. Both Biden and Trump will see a variety of protesters. But it's in Illinois. It's just north of St. Louis, but it's in Illinois. And I wrongly said that it happened in Missouri. Is that what we are going with? Justin will absolutely admit that he was wrong. Cancel Justin.
Things out now to our Angelina Salcido, who has been tracking what we know comes with a lot of politics.
Fuck you. Who did that?
In support of their causes.
Jennifer, those protests are set to happen around 7 o'clock. They're going to be happening right at this intersection that APD has blocked off. This is at 10th Street Northwest and Spring Street Northwest in Midtown. Right now, you can see APD is blocking off the street, but you're also going to see supporters for both former President Trump and President Joe Biden here as they come and try to watch this debate. I can tell you that the protesters are also starting to get here gradually as well. They just got here in about the last 10 minutes or so. I spoke to a few of them. They were able to tell me that they chose to come out here tonight, hope that it's going to be a big crowd so that they can have their voices be heard.
Missouri is a shithole state.
The debate is happening in Atlanta, but they're also protesting.
I have been to Missouri. I can confirm.
Gaza. They would like to see a ceasefire, and they're calling on both of the candidates that will be debating tonight to support the U.S. in withdrawing all the resources that the U.S. has been sending out that way. So as we continue to go on tonight, we're going to see how those protests develop. They are expecting several hundred people.
Nope, not in America.
We'll give you those updates as soon as we get them. We're live tonight in Midtown. Angelina Salcido, 11 Alive News.
I don't know that I could point to Missouri on a map. What's up, Prometheus? Good evening. Now, there is one legal expert that I'm laughing at. They believe that the gag order in the classified documents case could lead to Trump being arrested after tonight's debate.
A lawyer for former President Donald Trump argued in his classified documents case in southern Florida that he could be arrested immediately following the debate with President Biden on Thursday if a gag order that is sought by the prosecutor leading the case is approved by a judge. Trump attorney Todd Blanche argued in the Fort Pierce federal courtroom that speech restrictions sought by special counsel Jack Smith, quote, would be extremely chilling to President Trump at what he's allowed to say in the June 27th presidential debate with Biden. U.S. District Judge Eileen Cannon appeared to side with Blanche during much of the proceedings and has rejected a request for a gag order.
Does that just mean that he's going to get up during the debate and just talk about how he's been wronged with all these legal battles? It's all going to be a victim narrative, isn't it? The entire time. It's just going to be him griping. Biden did this to me. That's all it's going to be.
Sought by Smith's team last month. following comments that former President Donald Trump made about law enforcement, specifically concerning an FBI authorization order that allowed for deadly force
The
during
gag order has not passed.
to
It's not in effect.
Mar-a-Lago. At one point during the proceedings, Cannon lashed out at one of Smith's top deputies, David Harbach, for complaining that he had not been allowed to get all of his arguments across. Smith's team has argued that Trump mischaracterized the FBI routine protocol order for deadly force authorization, and Attorney General Merrick Garland has also pointed out that a similar protocol was in place for a voluntary search of President Biden's residence to find classified documents last year. Nevertheless, Trump on Truth Social and in campaign fundraising emails,
Truth Social still a thing.
quote, the FBI was locked and loaded, ready to take me out, and just itching to do the unthinkable during the August 8th.
Wasn't even there.
Blanchett said prosecutors have not made a sufficient case that the comments led to any imminent threat to law enforcement. Trump has pled not guilty to all 40 counts stemming from the classified documents indictment.
Zane Sammy.
Been indefinitely postponed by Judge Kent.
Saddam Hussein, that's a blast from the past. They found that motherfucker in a cave. They hung him, didn't they? I feel like I watched that on like a heavy.com or gore.com or some shit like that. Ah, fuck. I cussed. I'm not going to make it before the 8 o'clock hour, am I? Jesus lived in a cave for 3 days. For 3 days. Now, Fox News is saying that Michelle Obama isn't going to campaign for Joe Biden.
Obama is arguably one of the most powerful and influential people in the Democratic Party, and her name has even been floated to replace President Biden on the 2024 ticket.
By whom?
She reportedly will not be campaigning for Joe Biden, even though he can use all the help he can get. According to Axios, Michelle Obama is declining to campaign for Biden, quote, over how the Biden family largely exiled her close friend Kathleen Buell after Buell's messy divorce from Hunter Biden. Now, remember, she testified in the trial recently and talked about how Hunter got her hooked on crack and so on and so forth. But apparently, Michelle Obama...
Wait, Hunter got Buell hooked on crack? I can't keep up with what's going on.
Clean are good friends.
Yeah, I mean, look, Barack Obama reportedly said that the Biden family dynamic was weird as you know what.
Oh, yeah.
Hunter Biden left his wife, slept with his sister-in-law, who happened to be the widow of his dead brother. That is weird as you know what. And the wife happened to be a friend of Michelle Obama's. I think she will probably speak at the DNC.
You live in sexual anarchy?
For Democrats, they need to get over Michelle Obama, I think. They use her as an avatar for him.
Are those people not like in the know? Like Biden and Obama represent different constituencies within the Democratic Party. They never actually liked each other. And they put on, a good face for the camera and shit. They might have became friends over the course of the presidency. But they didn't like each other in the primary. Like, it was a very heated primary.
I was on crack.
Right.
Right? Because Biden is a disaster. They wish Obama was president again, but he's constitutionally barred from being president.
I would have voted for Obama a third time.
Magic back. She doesn't like politics. She's not interested in it. I don't think she's ever going to do that.
Martha.
I agree. I think this dynamic of the
That's what they're saying, that Michelle Obama isn't going to campaign for Joe Biden, but I don't know that anybody from Joe Biden's camp ever asked her to. So that's how Fox News manufactures a story. A judge is blaming Trump for a killing of a child that I think a lot of right-wingers have said that Joe Biden's border policies resulted in her death. But a judge apparently said it was Trump.
Well, today in Texas, Jocelyn Nungari will be laid to rest. 2 illegal migrants are accused of murdering the 12-year-old and dumping her body. All right, now listen to a judge in Texas blaming Trump for her death. Watch this.
It hurts even more that they're being used as pawns in this fight over immigration that doesn't even exist.
That's actually what I was going to say. It's disgusting to use those children's death. It's one thing for me to exploit them here on stream and talk about like the most gruesome murders and shit. Ah, God damn it. But it's another thing to use them for political points.
This because Biden and McConnell agree. It's just that Trump won't let him move it forward.
Aren't you politicizing it?
I think I answered the questions.
Are you politicizing this by pointing the finger at Republicans and saying it's their fault, not the fault of the Biden administration that lifted the Remain in Mexico policies?
Again, the Biden administration reached an agreement with Leader McConnell to address this, but this is not about immigration. I'm not going to feed into that.
Frankly, I find that
she was right.
A judge on the bench, overtly political and taking sides.
No, she said she was upset that politicians were using the death. She was not making it political. Purgatorus, good evening.
Tony Gonzalez is here. You agree with me? That's outrageous.
I agree with you, and she should resign. I'm tired of politicians blaming somebody else for the problems that are here. And we can debate on why they're here or who got us here, but how do we just get out of here? How do we just fix these problems? And how do we stop having innocent Americans killed? And yes, we're tragically hearing about this story of this young 12-year-old girl that was murdered in the most horrific way. But what about all the stories we aren't hearing, Stu? All the communities of people are being abused and getting robbed and getting assaulted and all these other things. It is very clear that this open border has made Americans less safe. So let's stop pointing fingers and using political talking points. How about we just solve the damn problem and make Americans safe again?
Well, we're not going to just solve it very quickly, that's for sure. We've got to wait for the election to do that if we're really going to do some really interesting stuff. Migrant crime, though, that's emerging as a huge issue in the...
Because you guys are the ones...
It's almost the biggest
pushing it.
Absolutely, Stu, and I'd say Joe Biden has already...
Migrant crime is an issue because it's all you guys fucking talk about.
He lost this debate before it even started because he has failed the American people on legal immigration. Legal immigration, people wanting coming to work legally, that's good for our economy. He's failed at that, and he's also failed at illegal immigration. People coming over and draining our resources and taking...
Showing those pictures is disgusting.
Bad for our economies. He has already failed from day one, and he can't hide behind somebody else's policies. These are his policies for years now. So Joe Biden has already lost this debate before it started, and I think the American public are going to see that firsthand tonight.
How many people in Texas agree with the judge that we showed a moment ago that it's Trump's fault?
Probably a lot.
I'd say that's the minority. The bulk of people in Texas are furious. I mean, just ask these families. I mean, everybody, regardless of political...
Texas is the next state to go blue.
We're tired. We're done with it all. We're tired of our kids being killed. We're tired of being unsafe. We're tired of our property being damaged. And we're tired of our local resources going to people that aren't even from here. What about us? What about our communities? So people are outraged. I can't believe she said that.
We hear it. Republican correspondent Tony Gonzalez. Thanks for joining.
Tony Gonzalez sure is outraged. It's always a victim narrative with these guys. Let's go to the Florida Congresswoman, Anna Paulina Luna. Get used to that name, because like she's a rising star in the Republican Party. If she can manage to not be as crazy as Marge and Boebert, she might be around for a while. She says a arrest vote for Merrick Garland is likely.
Bay Area Congresswoman is part of an effort to put pressure on the U.S. Attorney General by threatening him with arrest. It all has to do with recordings of President Joe Biden that AG Merrick Garland is refusing to release.
And now some Democrats are hoping to use the opportunity to unseat Anna Paulina Luna, and they are amping up their attacks. News Channel 8's Ty Russell joining us now live with more on this. And Ty, I'm curious how they plan to do that.
Yeah, Keith and Jen, well, Democrats are telling me that this motion right here that the Congresswoman is proposing is going to guarantee that they can flip this district from red to blue. However, the Congresswoman is pushing back, saying voters here sent her to Washington to fight government corruption.
Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna out of Pinellas County says U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland is at risk of being arrested. That's if he doesn't hand over audio tapes to the House from President Biden's classified documents case.
Why should voters and taxpayers in Pinellas County care?
Actually, the number one issue for voters and taxpayers in Pinellas County.
Yeah, her grandfather was a Nazi.
Government corruption.
In an election year, the special counsel described President Biden as an elderly man with poor memory.
Is political, transparency, or both?
There's case law and precedents for this. It's not just something that we've thrown up the wind.
Whitney Fox is a Democrat hoping to unseat the Congresswoman and flip the district.
The amount of time and taxpayer dollars that have been wasted with a representative like Anna Paulina Luna is infuriating and quite embarrassing.
He's right.
Expert Tara Newsom says the district is not a guarantee for a Republican who is too far to the right.
This is a Republican-leaning district. However, you say it's still purple. Why is that?
Listen, Congressional District 13 has always been a moderate district. And although
Passive observer
trying to dilute Democrats'
Thank you for the resub.
and we've certainly elected Republicans, we haven't always elected
Glad
this kind of extreme.
you're here observing.
Now, the Congresswoman says that she plans to call for a vote on Friday if more GOP members return after being
I want to rub his head.
Now, as for an actual arrest, she says even after a vote is up to the Speaker of the House to send the Sergeant at Arms to arrest the Attorney General. Keith?
Of course, I mean, she's going to say that her...
I'm not high enough. We should smoke some weed.
What's her conviction? What's her feeling about that?
Well, she says on top of motions like this, she has also done things in Washington with changing other policies, like working with the Army Corps of Engineers and when it comes to beach renourishment, and also helping local veterans over here. Keith?
All right, we shall see. That's what elections are for. Ty Russell live in St. Petersburg. Thank you.
Well,
you die. Representative Anna Paulina Luna. This is in Florida. Let's go ahead and do this one. We need to do these like rapid fire. We're gonna hopefully get some C-SPAN calls at the top of the hour. But still, I've got some crime stories. Everybody likes some crime stories.
We have new information tonight about a woman who police saw was armed with a knife and was shot by officers. The woman's roommate called the police after he says she allegedly pulled that knife on him. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Trina Robinson.
And I'm Juan Sutter. Good evening to you. Kim Nguyen is live in Edgewater tonight with more. So Kim, what can you tell us about this?
Kim.
Yeah, well, we spoke with the roommate and also with the landlord.
They're all smacking their lips.
Seem to have been struggling with mental health issues. The landlord said that she just moved in about a month ago.
So they shot her.
Never saw anything like this coming.
Was a normal person. I liked her.
Octavio Pino is describing his tenant, Marielle Rivera Samuels.
She was very respectful with me. She always paid her rent.
The landlord identifying her as the woman shot and killed late Tuesday night by Miami police officers after she allegedly charged at officers while armed with a knife. Police say it happened near Northeast 2nd Avenue and 25th Street in Edgewater.
All of a sudden, the girl...
Oh, shit, that's a lot of weed.
Hamid.
Oh, fuck, I cussed.
He says it all started when he came home from the gym and Samuels allegedly started yelling at him while she was holding a knife.
She was accusing me of all sorts of stuff, and then she wanted to... she had a knife that I felt threatened with.
That's when he called 911. Miami Police Chief Manny
seems very calm.
Officers tried speaking with the woman when they got there, but things quickly took a turn.
As there were
engaging with the female verbally. The female
don't believe any of this.
Got up and armed herself with a knife. At that point, the officers attempted to get the female to put the knife down.
Morales says she charged at the officers with the knife. Two of the officers opened fire. Hamidi says he was nearby when it happened and heard officers giving her commands to stop.
Because they did give her many warnings of, stopping and please do not, come forward and all of that. And she regardless just charged at them.
Hamidi says he and Samuels had been roommates since May and says the woman had threatened him several other times.
She was ill mentally. And this wasn't the first incident. Many times I avoided it.
Did you try coming on to her?
As much as I could. I would go to my room, lock the room, whatever.
He says he's unsure if he made the right decision by calling 911. But says he had no other choice.
I don't know how it could have ended if I didn't.
And the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is investigating, which is standard during police shootings. For now, we're reporting live in Miami. Kim Wynn, NBC 6 News.
Lazy Eyes, good evening. Welcome. See how many more of these stories we can get in. Suspect is dead in a shooting that happened at a Chick-fil-A. Not sure what state we're in.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 9:28 over on the East Coast and 6:28 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. We are following some breaking news coming in from our Fox 4 Dallas team. This is out of Irving, Texas, outside of Dallas. Police arresting a man wanted in connection to a deadly shooting inside of a Chick-fil-A restaurant.
Is he doing blackface?
Mendoza Argueta, 37 years old, booked into the Irving jail this morning.
I think he's just swarthy.
Coming in, we know that 2 people were killed inside of that Chick-fil-A restaurant. Again, a suspect now in custody. This is according to our Fox 4 Dallas team. Do want to take you to their
he's in custody? I thought he died
moments ago.
Happened in Texas, apparently.
An Irving restaurant was booked into jail early this morning.
Fox 4's Ticia Muzinga joins us live at the Irving Police Department with that story. Ticia?
Yeah, good morning, guys. 37-year-old Oved Bernardo Mendoza Argueta is sitting in the Irving jail. He was booked around 3 a.m.
Mendoza.
Now, police say that he shot and killed 2 people inside the Chick-fil-A near MacArthur Boulevard and Walnut Hill Lane.
Looks like he has shoe polish on his face.
Still don't know the names of the victims, and a woman told Fox 4 she rushed to the scene after getting a call from her teenage daughter, who works at a restaurant next door.
She's like, they're jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? At that moment,
9/11 all over again.
My baby. How soon can I get to her? We think that our kids is going to be safe when they leave the home to make some extra money, and when they get here, something to happen, and this is too close.
It's America. Just another day.
Police have not said if the victims were customers or Chick-fil-A employees, and police do believe they were targeted. It is unclear how the suspect...
Okay, apparently 2 were fatally shot inside of the Chick-fil-A. Only 2, so it technically wasn't a mass shooting.
Is connected to them. Mendoza Argueta, by the way, is charged with capital murder, and there has not been a bond set yet. For a good day, I'm Ticia Muzinga.
Thank you, Ticia. I don't know what this world is coming to. Okay. You aren't necessarily going to win a fight just because you have a gun. Somebody may be armed with a tarantula. A Minnesota, I believe, Republican candidate has been accused of assault with a tarantula.
Buy houses any condition,
any situation.
Hennepin County Board candidate Marissa Simonetti has been telling potential voters she works in real estate as the managing owner of Simonetti Real Estate Group. But according to a Minnesota Commerce Department consent order, in 2016, the department revoked Simonetti's real estate license for what the department called fraudulent, deceptive, and dishonest practices. The order says she misled homeowners in at least 5 instances where they believed Simonetti was buying their home, but she instead intended to list those properties for sale to other buyers.
Is the allegation true?
What's the allegation?
The revelation comes as KARE 11 News has learned new details of the build-up to Simonetti's Friday arrest. This video, provided by the alleged assault victim, Twin Cities attorney Jackie Vasquez, shows Simonetti throwing items down the stairs toward her, banging pots and pans and screaming.
Thank you, Jesus! Hallelujah!
Then poking her head around the corner and tossing a live tarantula.
The tarantula is down there that I just bought!
Simonetti's version of events is that Vasquez was a squatter who refused to leave. You stand by that?
Yes, I do.
But KARE 11 has now confirmed that Simonetti rented out a bedroom through Airbnb to Vasquez from June 3rd to August 31st. And the actual homeowner, John Ashley, tells us Simonetti's lease strictly forbids her from doing that. And Airbnb is not even allowed in the city of Edina. The homeowner says Vasquez is a victim, not a squatter, and he didn't even know the second woman was in the house until Thursday night when Simonetti decided she no longer wanted her there and called police. No one was.
Wow!
But after the bizarre events that unfolded Friday and a 911 call from Vasquez,
I just want to leave.
police corralled the tarantula and took Simonetti into custody. Simonetti says she will fight the misdemeanor assault charge and she'll be back in court next month.
Justin.
The Minnesota GOP spokesperson says local party leaders are meeting to determine what steps they'll take next, as Simonetti says she is continuing her run for public office.
Shut up, Lester. Wow, that story was better than I could have ever possibly imagined. The headline didn't do it justice. All right, if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to hit you with the commercial break. We're going to do 3 minutes. When we come back, it's going to be the top of the hour. We're going to go to C-SPAN, and hopefully we're going to go C-SPAN. It's going to be calls, and we're going to get live call-ins on Washington Journal. It's going to be a lot of fun. So 3 minutes, go take you a break, and come back. We'll see you on the other side. You're going to need to get a little more high. One of those nights. Need to get really high. I think I've already got C-SPAN up somewhere. I have to go to a different browser. I have a C-SPAN account. And it's not on this browser. It's on a different browser. Am I gonna make it? It's a scorcher out there. C-SPAN on my ass to... Ah, crap. Did I not hit the ad yet? I thought I did. It says there's 2 minutes left. Yeah, I tried to hit it with like 3 minutes to go, so that everybody would be back in time for, like, you know, C-SPAN coming on. I hope. Well, I mean, I don't expect you guys, like, I'm a mod on, like, several channels, and I forget about the fact that I'm a mod. I'm not even, like, you know, I'm there to enjoy the content when I'm in somebody's, you know, when I'm in somebody's chat. Like, usually people are well behaved. And even like, I encourage the trolls that we get in here. I think sometimes you guys are a little too harsh on people. You be banning people too fast. I'm like, nah, let them do their thing. Do I need to reset the clock because of ass? Ass is one of those that's on the fence. We start fresh in the 8 o'clock hour. Very much looking forward to the debate. Just to remind everybody, we're gonna have to drop off of YouTube and Twitch for the debate. Said it was live. What the fuck? Come on, C-SPAN. We're gonna go to Kick and we're gonna go to D Live. I don't think you guys need an account. The way you might want to do it is you can still comment on Twitch or on Discord. You go to the show live chat, it'll still show up and everything. Even on Twitch if we're not live. Like, watch the show on Kick or D Live.
With all of you, the voters.
Yes.
If you're supporting President Biden,
yes,
you already know you'll be voting for him. Dial in tonight at 202-748-8920. If you support the former president, dial in at 202-748-8921. If you are undecided about who you will vote for this November, call in at 202-748-8922. And if you've decided to vote for a third party,
we will come back to Twitch and YouTube after the debate, and we'll do C-SPAN will probably do maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
What do you want
calls
to hear in this first presidential debate? That is our question. You can join us on X as well with the handle @C-SPAN or on Facebook.com/C-SPAN. And you can also send a text and answer that question at 202-748-8903. We will also hear from you after tonight's debate. We'll take your phone calls and your texts. And if you follow us on X @C-SPAN, you can participate in our poll this evening. We want to know in that poll who you think won tonight.
I got a poll for you.
Those results later on. Joining us from inside the spin room tonight is Naomi Lim. She's the White House reporter with the Washington Examiner. Naomi Lim, according to the Hollywood Reporter outlet, there are over 800 journalists from around the world on site in Atlanta to cover this first presidential debate. Describe the scene where you're at in the spin room, in the Atlanta studio, and around the city.
There's an amazing sense of anticipation here. I think reporters are sort of feeling the weight of this moment because this is sort of an unprecedented event in terms of the debate.
Yep.
It's against these two candidates that, although the public knows very well, hasn't seen them, as you were sort of describing, side by side since 2020. And I think that we're sort of waiting to figure out.
That feels like forever ago.
It's a little bit different, though, in previous years. In previous years, we can go to these debates and we can sort of pull aside voters as they wait to go in and sort of get, their gut check about how they're feeling about the elections, about the different campaigns, the different candidates, the different issues. But this debate is different in the past. It's, again, like as you mentioned, hosted by CNN, the first time that that's happened in almost 40 years. And there's no sort of in-person audience. It'll just be the two moderators, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, and not even any campaign staff are allowed to sort of intercede, even with their two commercial breaks. So there's a sense of anticipation, expectations. There are sort of protests whittled around, but there's also the sort of security zone is so large here that it's not something that the candidates will particularly interact with unless they're on their way on their motorcade into the venue.
What is security like around the Atlanta studio at CNN studio there?
It's been really locked down, sort of getting Ubers and places that...
By the way, I got through all the news. I timed it out perfectly.
I'm irritated about that because at the same time there's also other...
The tarantula assault.
Voters in the lead up to...
Best ending story, too. I mean, I've got a couple more stories, but they're, you know,
having an event
they're
like
for after the show.
Around states such as Georgia, it can be seen as a boon for the local economy. That'll be different this time because, again, we don't have that.
They're for after the debate.
There are hundreds of journalists from all around the world that have come in here to cover this.
Wrap up with some fun stories.
Spotlight not only on this state, but the...
Thank you. I love fucking cookies.
You're in the spin room. What is this room, and what happens there?
So this is basically a basketball.
This is our second presidential election.
Technology, and it's been transformed. You have sort of sets like yours along either side, and then sort of on the court where, you know, players would usually...
It sucks. It sucks that these two presidential elections are the ones that the Troll Patrol has covered.
Debate what they're hoping to get out of it.
It's gonna be Trump and Biden.
And we're sort of seeing that play out.
It's gonna be Trump and Biden again in 2028 somehow.
Local journalists also doing hits and things like that to you know, try and convey what's happening here to the audiences like yours.
What surrogates are we expecting to see in the spin room tonight after the debate? C-SPAN is going to be live to hear from many of the candidates' supporters, but who are some names that we can expect to see?
So it's
name drop for us.
In terms of years gone past, because in previous years it's been a little bit more freewheeling, where, you know, there will be campaign surrogates or supporters standing behind, sort of in front of people with sort of signs. And we learnt this afternoon that the Biden campaign is sort of throwing out that playbook. Instead, they're going to bring out people like Governor Gavin Newsom from California.
Is Colbert not doing something tonight?
From Georgia, and they're going to...
He might be off for this. This might be like summer break time.
And they're sort of going to do a very formal, almost press conference where each of those surrogates will sort of give a statement and take a few questions, but then leave the spin room. And that's something that we haven't seen in the past. That is at the same time sort of very in line with the Biden campaign. They tend to be very disciplined, and it's a way for them to...
Apparently the thing that...
If it's a good night or a bad night for Biden.
CNN was upset about is like they didn't want people commenting.
Sort of
they didn't want people. They didn't want people in their little box down in the corner yapping during the debate.
Lewandowski, who was the 2016 campaign manager.
That's why they've granted it to other networks. So like C-SPAN is carrying the CNN debate.
And again, maybe that will change if the Biden campaign had.
But they don't want YouTubers.
Very much sort of setting expectations. I thought it was
Twitch
true in some of their
streamers,
sort of saying that, you know, they're not anticipating a polling bump per se. This is just their chance to make sure that the president can lay out this contrast between these two candidates that, you know, we haven't seen side by side in so many years.
Anything else that the two camps have told you about their strategy tonight and their preparations for the debate?
So the preparations have been very...
Are you guys strapped in? This is going to be wild.
It's just as like their policies are different, their strategies in terms of preparation. You have Biden, who has taken a very traditional approach. He sort of ensconced himself in Camp David for the past week, sitting down with former White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain, you know, sort of nutting out his policy positions before then sort of doing...
Did she say nutting out?
Debates. On the other hand, you have Trump, who, and maybe this is an expectation-setting game, but what they've been telling the public is that they've had advisors, people like Jason Miller, who's his comms director or comms advisor, as well as, you know, policy advisors like Stephen Miller, who was very integral to his immigration policy, as well as these candidates that are popping up for...
We're going to watch two old men yell at each other.
Just sort of advising him and doing these informal policy discussions.
I don't know that Biden will yell, though.
Strategy, it's going to be interesting.
I think he'll be more... I think he'll be flippant. I think he'll be insulting to Trump. I think he'll act like Trump is beneath him.
Abortion, you know, the importance of democracy, talking about the 2020 election interference, as well as the January 6th Capitol riot.
That's probably the way he should act.
Big business and you know, wealthy people, not the middle class.
Sol Almighty.
Sort of talking points that we'll expect to hear. Biden has been a little bit more forthcoming.
Welcome. Thank you for being a freaking follower.
his
Did I get your name right?
He's going to maybe...
I can't see where the shit as it is.
To the camera, it's like I'm speaking to you, trying
Igloo, my friend, welcome.
around the moderators to get his message directly out to the people. So that's what we're sort of...
I am on...
Post-debate, they have stops in Virginia.
Marijuana.
On the Trump side.
I'm still not high enough for what we're getting ready to see.
The Biden side.
Welcome in. We're watching C-SPAN. We're getting ready to take some calls.
Naomi Lim covers the White House for the Washington Examiner. Thank you for your time.
Naomi Lynn gave us the rundown. I like her. She's good.
As we heard from Naomi, the topics that are likely to be addressed this evening by the two candidates, and that's what we want to...
Hell yeah, take a shot for me, my friend. Light one up, tip one back.
Eastern time. What issues do you want them to address? We're going to get to your thoughts here in just a minute. But first, as Naomi was talking about, she's in the spin.
I like a tequila.
Where the surrogates go before, in this case, and after, to talk about how they expect their candidates to do and how they did.
Tequila is probably my favorite liquor.
In the actual debate. Let's take a spin around the spin room.
No, take phone calls. 202-748-8922 is the undecided. If any of you fuckers want to call in, 202-748-8920 is the support Biden line. Warlord, if you would like to call the support Trump line, it's 202-748-8921. If any of you consider yourselves aligned with the Socialist Party, the Working Families Party, the Libertarian Party, 202-748-8923. I feel like that's the third party undecided line. Starlight, good evening. C-SPAN takes calls. So we're still about 50 minutes away from the debate. C-SPAN is going to have the debate fixed. We're going to have to go to Kick and D-Live. I'm not allowed to broadcast the debate.
We, along with many other networks, simulcasting the debate here on our C-SPAN networks ahead of the two candidates squaring off.
You can still chat on Twitch with us.
From all of you this evening. Tonight's debate is different from previous debates.
Twitch will still work if you want to watch the debate somewhere else. If you will watch it on Kick or D-Live, I'm going to hit you with those
first time
links.
In 37 years, the Commission on Presidential Debates hasn't hosted a general election match.
I know, this is wild.
As well. This is what you can expect. A 90-minute debate tonight. The microphones will be muted when one candidate is talking and addressing the question or responding to a question. No props or pre-written notes.
There are the links for D-Live and Kick.
A pen, a pad of paper, and a bottle of water. There will be 2 commercial breaks, about 3.5 minutes long. No campaign staff can interact during those breaks. And CNN is also not allowing the other networks to provide analysis or have their anchors fill the breaks. They can fill the breaks with ads. No opening statement.
Wow.
They will have a uniform podiums. In other words, they'll look the same. And the positions have been determined by a coin flip. President Biden on the right, former President Trump will be on the left of your screen. And as you've heard,
your anchors can't fill the time. You have to take a commercial break.
CNN's Phil Mattingly last night on the network, he did
Thur, thank you.
Of the debate,
I love these glasses.
Debate studio.
I call them my old lady glasses.
President Biden will enter from the right side of your screen. President Trump will enter from the left side of your screen. The podiums are 8 feet apart. Directly across from them, the moderators, CNN's Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. Now, a reminder, this is a television studio. There's no audience. Candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions and 1 minute for responses and rebuttals. At the moderator's discretion, there may be an additional minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. So how does a candidate know how much time is left to speak? Attached to the cameras in the studio and in the candidate's field of view are the timing lights. When the lights show yellow, there are 15 seconds
Give us
left
phone
for
calls.
answer or response. When the lights flash red, there are 5 seconds left. And when the display is solid red, the time is up. At that point, the candidate's microphone will be turned off, and the other candidate will have their microphone turned on. My colleague, Victor Blackwell, has more on that.
Thank you, Phil. If we go behind the podiums,
Once again, CNN is being a dick, so I have to drop you guys on
signal to the candidate
Twitch and YouTube.
When the green lights are off, they signal to the candidate his microphone is off.
We're going to be on Kick and D Live.
For viewers at home, if a candidate,
I'll come back afterwards for C-SPAN calls.
Microphone is on. So I'm standing at one podium, and I'll ask Phil to come in and take the other podium. And so let's say I'm answering a question. My light is green, and I'm speaking. Phil's microphone is off, and his green lights are not illuminated. He's going to interrupt me as I'm speaking, and this is what it will sound like. My volume remains constant, while Phil's interruption can be difficult to understand.
Let's try the opposite. My microphone is now on. Victor's microphone.
Oh, God.
And he's going to interrupt me. My volume remains constant, while Victor's interruption can be difficult to understand.
I don't like Kick. I don't like D Live. I don't like being over there.
Today, and we're sharing it with you, our viewers, so everyone fully understands how tomorrow night will work. Now, we should note, by agreeing to participate in this debate, both campaigns and candidates have also agreed to abide by these rules.
This is to make sure that Trump doesn't yep the whole time.
Preview of how tonight's debate will work. We are simulcasting CNN's presidential debate here on the C-SPAN network.
Apparently, CNN has like a 7-second delay.
We want to hear from all of you. What do you want to hear from these two candidates? There are the lines on your screen. We'll hear from DeAndre first in Baltimore. You are undecided, DeAndre. Tell us why.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. The reason I'm undecided is because both candidates are too pro-Israel. And I feel like we need to focus on America and Americans, secure our southern border, and let Israel fight their own wars.
All right. So
you might be a Nazi.
I want to hear them talk about that issue tonight.
Correct. Let's actually, bring to the table in the talking front about, making AIPAC an actual, register as a foreign entity. I feel like that's very important for our nation going forward.
DeAndre,
I'm down with that, but
Adrian in Cary, North Carolina,
he might hate Jews.
President Biden. Mm-hmm. And what do you want to hear from him and the former president? What issue do you want them to debate?
I would love for them to talk about how they're going to support educators in the United States. As a science educator myself, I want them to talk about what this means for education of our children. Also, as a woman, a mother, and a grandmother, I want to know how they're going to take care of our children. And finally, as a human, taking care of the middle class.
I have called.
Does not happen.
I called during the 2020 debates.
A strong United
debate.
States.
It was one night.
It looks like we've been losing that since the 80s.
They asked me about fracking.
And that holds true for anyone who's not the top 10%.
Adrian, how do you take care of the middle class?
Take care of them by not taxing them to death and what's happening right now is it seems like these billionaires and millionaires are getting away with kinds of tax loops, whatever they want to do, and it's legal to them, so they just go ahead and do it. They're stealing from the lower classes, and it's just all to benefit the rich, and we see that happening with the index of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer.
All right, Adrian. Kayla in Waterloo, Iowa, supporting the.
I guess I'd call the Biden support line.
Okay, I'd like to limit the people coming into our country and checking to see.
I called the Democrat line last time.
If they've been let out of prisons in their own countries, and then let them in legally. Also, I would like to see a reform made on our health insurance for all. Obamacare.
They let me plug the Troll Patrol last time we called. But it was like in the morning.
Repercussions from that, and that has.
I told them I was watching on the stream, and they let me say the name of the show.
And also the economy. Let's get that back up to speed here.
How do you do that, Kayla? What is it? What do you need to see for you to feel that the economy is better?
I need to see our prices come down, our middle class going back to work in jobs that they can make a living at, make their rent, make their insurance payments, whatever they need to have. They will
I hope above if we fell down the stairs.
Now,
what's not affordable? Tell me some items that are not affordable in your opinion.
Smokey, stop hitting the microphone.
Food, gas, clothing, everything that I
Everything.
can off the top of my head. Is
Rent's too damn high.
all the prices have gone up, and it might be price gouging in some instances, and maybe we need to look into that.
Kayla, why do you think the former president would do better on the economy than President Biden?
Oh, well, first of all, he has a business attitude. He's been in business for many years.
She properly diagnosed
and he
the problems.
Also, knows how to talk to people.
All right, Kayla, I'm gonna leave it at there because I want to go back inside the spin room. Vivek Ramaswamy, who was a former presidential contender himself this time around, and possible contender for a running for the former president, is talking to.
Not gonna be VP.
In an environment of regulatory ambiguity, and I think regulatory ambiguity is ultimately a precondition for government.
Everyone's at the event.
Government doesn't redefine what its rules is; it gets to define what they are after the fact.
Burgum is there, Vance is there, Vivek is there, Rubio is there.
For a digital fiat instead, and that's why they're not doing something about it.
I did just give you names.
The sole reason, but I think that's a big part of why. I think Janet Yellen and others have expressed support for central bank digital currency.
I bet Marjorie Taylor Greene is there. You don't have better names. Those are the front runners.
A number of months ago, after some conversations that we had, as he said on stage, came out with firm opposition to a central bank digital currency in the United States of America. And I think that that's good because
I know those are the lamest.
Who he is and why he entered.
So here's his pick for vice president seems to be based on like who might have money that they can give to him.
Staying within the confines of what the Constitution says, not seizing power that the federal government should not.
If he wanted to win, it would be Nikki Haley.
He represents. And so is that one reason why President Biden's operating the realm?
And Nikki Haley was up for it. I couldn't believe. I couldn't believe that.
But I do think
like she was totally down. With being his vice president, and like
the modern Democratic Party.
One of the attacks against.
Oh, he hasn't picked yet. Starlight.
Uphold my own podcast.
Yeah, podcast. Good for you.
The ones they're floating in the media are Marco Rubio.
He wouldn't uphold the Constitution. What's your response?
Doug Burgum and J.D. Vance.
That's a lot of projection from the people who are.
But I think that's a smoke screen.
The reality is.
The determination of the Constitution.
I think it's going to be Marjorie Taylor Greene.
He did not call. He did not call. Cite for me one time where Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution.
I'm reading it to you right now.
He's never called for the termination of the Constitution.
Fraud of this type
but here's what I believe. I'm going to answer this question before I go to the next interview. Well, what I do believe is there's the projection of.
Vivek Ramaswamy in the spin room in Atlanta. Our cameras are inside. They're live this evening ahead of tonight's CNN presidential debate, which we will simulcast here on the C-SPAN networks. We're
about 45 minutes away.
What topics you want addressed by these two candidates? Yvonne in Mountain Home, good evening to you. You're supporting President Biden, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what topics do you want addressed?
Tommy?
I want decency back in America. I'm tired of all the lies. I'm tired of hearing people uplift Donald Trump as though he is a god. He is not. He is not a conservative. He is radical, and he has co-opted Christianity. I am a Christian, and I love my country, but I don't feel safe with other Christians right now who believe that Donald Trump is the second coming of Jesus Christ. I also am an educator, and I'm tired of people dumbing down education. I want
this is gonna be nuts
to be able to work through some of the issues.
Casual Headshot Pro.
In the last
love the name.
Years, and bring education back up. Stop burning books, stop banning books, and educate people, really educate people. And I think that with the decency that Biden brings to the table, that we can come back together at some point. And this
is this woman still going?
The eyes of people who have been deceived by Donald.
I try to cover. You guys got an election coming up in the Canada.
Undecided, Colin. Why are you undecided?
We're gonna be covering the British elections on July the 4th.
Colin in Staten Island? You with
Colin.
Undecided call.
Hi, yes, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm leaning towards Biden, but it's mostly because I'm cringing away from Trump. He's got too much baggage, just way too much baggage. And I think tonight what I'm looking for is for Biden to show that he does have some vigor. I feel like it's unfair, the clips that are snipped for him, but seriously.
Yeah, I think his audience is, and that's why they have to make up shit about him being on things.
For the June War Memorial holiday, and it's just he's showing something that I don't think that the rest of the country really sees often.
So you want to see vitality from the president, mental acuity. Is that what you're looking for to seal the deal?
Well, I think he has it. I just don't think he's showing it, or it's not being shown. And I think this is a big audience for him tonight, and I think it's an opportunity. Listen, I'd rather have another choice there. I really would rather have another choice. But if it is,
amen, brother,
binary where it's one or the other, I think that Trump just doesn't have so many things, including character. I mean, there's so much. It would be a lot to get into.
All right, well, there will be two candidates on the stage tonight. The candidates.
It's a shame. I'd love to see RFK up there.
Article 2, Section 1 of the.
Never vote for the motherfucker, but he should be. He and Cornel West should be up there. God damn it!
Have lived in the United States for 14 years. CNN has additional qualifications. There must be a formal statement of candidacy filed with the FEC and be on enough ballots to have a pathway to
put Chase
electoral votes.
Chase Williams, is that who it is? The Libertarian candidate up there.
In 4 separate national polls. That
is Jill Stein still running in the Green Party?
Jr. will not be on the debate stage tonight.
Put them all the fuck up there.
Given many details on how his solo debate will unfold, but he will be having what he's calling his own real debate streaming on X. This is from CBS's reporting. It will have a live audience. The Kennedy event will take place at 9 p.m. Eastern time, the same time as this CNN.
Who's he debating?
He plans to respond to the questions given to the candidates in his debate. We'll show you a little bit of that after tonight's CNN presidential debate.
Is that seems kind of cringe, doesn't it?
Talked about the economy.
President, good evening.
One of the issues that you want addressed by these two candidates.
Is that a smart move or is that like desperate?
2020 as well. We want to show you what the two candidates had to say back then in 2020 when they squared off.
Doing a Twitch stream like this would have been like in a more laid back atmosphere.
My economic plan would create 7
and doing the same thing would have been better
in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American.
Because doing this isn't significant cringe at all.
Make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy.
No, it didn't.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes, American people.
But let me. Excuse me. But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. When the stock market goes up,
I don't even know what that means.
It also means 401ks. if you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look,
Mr.
we
Vice
inherited
You're not in a depression.
the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
he
booming.
Blew it. He blew
it wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when?
Well, he has deteriorated a lot in the last 4 years.
Before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole.
And I thought he deteriorated bad 4 years ago.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you were number two.
No.
Chris.
You call him a number two?
It would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing.
I don't think so. I think Trump is a shell of what he used to be.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan.
We got two holes of
and in fact, they're
men walking around on stage tonight.
Last year.
From the first presidential debate of the 2020 election cycle, then
this is going to be insane.
Squaring off against then the sitting president, President Trump. You can watch previous debates if you go to our website.
No nudity, that will get you a titty slap.
Previous vice presidential debates. We are 30 minutes away from the CNN presidential debate, the first one of this 2024 election cycle, being held before these two candidates have been officially nominated by their parties. They are the presumptive nominees tonight. CNN reporting that
we've got conventions coming up
right now before the 9 p.m. Eastern start. We're asking all of you what you want to hear from them tonight. Ivy in Washington, supporting the former president. It's your turn.
Hi, good evening, and thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
No, we can't.
Okay. Well, I think that having served in immigration, amnesty, refugee settlement, and migration for 20 years, I think that my primary issue is immigration. I think there should be an element.
You said immigration 3 times, though.
Citizenship. I think that non-citizens should not be rewarded with entitlements that are bestowed and should be limited to current citizens. I also believe that in most cases, we need to address the U.S. agriculture, specifically black farmers who have been awarded money in settlements from the USDA with direct racism, but have not paid out those awards as of yet.
All right, Ivy, a little bit difficult to understand you because of an echo there, but I think we heard the gist of it on immigration. Kevin in Fort Wayne, Indiana, undecided. What?
Yeah.
So, what are you waiting for?
Kevin.
To decide?
Greta, I'm waiting to see if I can stop being, as I describe it, a political atheist.
Oh no, he's being serious. This is a prank.
Well, I'll explain it in these terms.
Okay.
Mr. Trump has shown a total lack of respect for our institutions of government that extends across the spectrum from the Justice Department through the legislative branch to obviously the executive branch.
Okay, so a lack of respect. Can you tell us what you want from President Biden?
I'd like President Biden to point that out significantly to the American people as a matter of explaining to the American people, as he's attempted recently, why Mr. Trump is terribly unfit to ever be president again of the United States.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to go inside the spin room. California Governor Gavin Newsom is talking to the media, supporter of President Biden.
He was talking about sinking electric boats. The teleprompter went out and he panicked. there's some legitimate questions there as well.
How have you counseled the president as he prepared for this debate?
How do you counsel someone who has more debate experience than any modern American president? He's been at this more than anybody. In fact, what I wanted to do when I saw him is say, can you counsel me on how to relax tonight? Because as someone that's not up there, I probably have more anxiety than he does. He delivers each and every time he meets these moments. I haven't seen an exception. Look back. He meets these moments. He delivers. I have all the confidence in the world. He'll do that again tonight. The only thing that's interesting is how this mic issue will play out.
Tell us more about that.
Just interesting.
Well, what do you mean by interesting? The mute button's new. How significant is that? We've never had that before.
So it's just interesting, right? All of us are...
Had to make coffee. 25 minutes away.
I mean, here's a guy who talks over, tries to bully everybody. It's all about intimidation. It's all about, trying to get someone off their script.
Oh, my God, it's so good.
It plays very differently. If he's sitting there mouthing off and you have a split screen and people are like, why is he talking and I can't hear him? And he looks a little more unhinged because he is reasonably already unhinged.
He's very unhinged.
That may temper his temperament tonight, having the mic not being on, and that may be an advantage. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Torchy, it has to be a morbid curiosity of what exactly is going to happen.
Previewing tonight's debate, talking about the candidates when
That's what I told Curiouser. I'm like, hey, we're doing the debate tonight. It starts at 9.
Tonight,
you'll have to go over to Kick or D Live.
Talked about.
I was like, I know it's a hard watch, but there also has to be a morbid curiosity, right? What exactly is going to happen between the two of them?
Then Vice President Joe Biden over 100 times. As you heard from the governor, as you've heard throughout leading up to tonight's debate, the microphones will be muted. And so they hope.
Once again, we're going over to Kick and D Live at 9 o'clock.
Discussed back in 2020, likely to come up again this evening.
It's the D Live link.
Of abortion. Back in 2020, in that debate, following former President Trump's appointment of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court.
This is the Kick link.
The topic played out before the
Twitch chat will still work. If you want to watch somewhere else and use the Twitch chat.
The president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so
7 heavy still. Please join us. Good evening. Welcome in.
Because
go ahead, light one up, tip one back.
I don't think so.
In the court.
Well, there's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you just
don't know her view on Roe v. Wade.
I don't know her view. Here's the deal. The fact is that...
Well, we see how that happened. What happened with that?
I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But
I just want to make sure...
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure...
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
We know exactly what our views were on Roe v. Wade.
Can you let him finish, sir?
The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you going to pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator.
I wish he'd pack the court.
Because
Snickers.
The Supreme Court Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right. Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
The Kick chat works when we're not live, too.
We ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
From
this is in 2020.
2020. The two candidates then talking about abortion.
And then Trump got COVID.
Tonight. We're asking all of you, what issue do you want them to talk about? Melinda and Carlsbad.
What a wild time that was.
Candidate, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And who? Which candidate?
Who?
I am actually very excited about RFK Jr. Regardless if he is included in this debate, I believe he's talking about what is really important to the United States people.
So are you going to be watching his reaction and response to the two candidates on X?
I will be doing both simultaneously. However, what really concerns me all about this debate was, and this is with the primaries as well, it's censorship. I would love either candidate that is on the stage tonight to speak about censorship, but you know, why would we not include a third candidate that has submitted appropriate amount of signatures, but the states would not certify them? I just, you know, I think average Americans are feeling more disenfranchised every day. And I care about chronic illness. I'm particularly concerned about the 5 states, starting with Kansas, that are suing Pfizer. I've seen a lot of businesses go under, people losing their houses during COVID. And I was very Democratic, pro-Biden at that time.
Where are we going with this?
Really believing in, oh, this is what's saving us. And I feel very duped. And then watching how the primaries have went down, Florida just said Biden's the only one in a primary. Why would I want to support the Democratic Party, who has had my total loyalty? I've worked for them, and I'm extremely disappointed.
That's why I'm leaving the left.
I like the ideas, and thank you for giving me a voice. I appreciate some stuff.
Absolutely, Melinda. Adrian, Lakeland, Florida, supporting President Biden.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Adrian. What issues do you want the two to debate tonight?
20 minutes.
First of all, let me say I've been watching President or ex-President Trump since the 1980s. And all he has ever done was rip off people, bankrupt companies, and lie.
Yes.
The slogan for him should be, the truth is I always lie. That's all he does. For this country to go and support an insurrectionist and the people in Congress who support him, the 118th Congress has got nothing done. Nothing. Because of these inadequate people that have been elected to serve him over our Constitution.
These men at night is the best.
Takes an oath. This is including the Supreme Court. Whoever takes the oath, they're not merely words on a page. They mean something.
All right. Adrian's thoughts there.
You know it's big when they're keeping the Washington Journal people up.
The issue of immigration likely to come up again tonight. Border security, etc. Immigration and border security brought up in 2020 during the two debates as well. This is what the two candidates were saying on it at the second and final debate.
Yeah, I would love to live stream Washington Journal for you
Mr.
guys.
President, your administration separated children from their parents.
Just not a morning person.
4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through merit.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say...
Oh, yeah, Dustin.
And then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages.
Battle of Possum.
And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a
built
plan to
cages.
reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it very
Reunite the kids.
very hard.
Here is the kick link.
They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
These 500 plus kids.
Here is D-Live.
With parents. They separated them at the border to make.
I think you can watch both of them without having an account. The Twitch chat will still work.
And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation. Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this. They went down. We brought reporters, everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
and
of them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with
just
their
ask
families.
one question.
C-SPAN don't usually
Who built the
screen.
cages?
Let me ask about your immigration
It's
policy.
just like your name and
The
where
Obama
you're calling
administration
from.
did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right.
They always do this.
Send to the United States Congress a pathway to.
This is the way all their coverage is. I think they should take more calls.
Those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be.
It's the same way of a morning. They show clips of the news, and then they come back and take calls. It's a little bit longer in the morning, though.
Being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that, is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh, no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders.
They've only got an hour to work with here before the debate. We got a lot of shit they want to show.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release.
Wish you had more coffee.
A lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing. It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is
immigration of the laws.
A murderer would come in. A rapist would come in.
Yeah, but they'll only take like 30 minutes, 45 minutes tops.
Their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back.
But they will take some calls, and we're going to so be here for it.
Come back. We have to send.
We'll come back on Twitch and YouTube for that.
We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe.
It's going to be worse than this.
Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay. The two
those with the lowest IQ.
2020 in the second and final debate of that election cycle. We are just less than 15 minutes away from this year's first.
Ida, good evening.
Hosted by CNN, simulcasted here on the C-SPAN network. So you're looking at a live picture of the spin room where the supporters.
To be fair, I think Perry Mason, like the reboot was on at that time. It was really big.
Studios at C-SPAN. Joining us is Peter Luge. He is at the George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs.
Peter Douche over here.
Talk about the history of debates. Thank you for being here.
Thanks very much for the invitation.
The very first televised president.
I'd rather have calls.
Was in 1960, as our viewers know.
Look, those phone lines, they're all lit up.
Nixon. How did that debate change campaign?
Peter Splooge.
Well, debating became part of the norm, right? It became part of the television era.
Yeah, they rebooted Perry Mason, and apparently it's pretty good.
Hall or a field to watch a debate or see the candidates. They came to our house. And since then, it's been part of the tradition of American politics that every couple of years we're joined in our living room by candidates for president, Senate, the House, mayor, whatever, and they make their best case for themselves.
There was no audience then. There's no audience tonight. How does that impact the outcome of this debate?
I'm not sure it impacts the outcome of the debate. It might impact.
We're so close, guys. We're 12 minutes away.
Comparing 1960 to 2024 is a bit of a stretch, right? There's no audience, but a lot else has changed as well. I think you have to look at the.
I'm gonna get my marijuana accoutrements ready.
Likes the feedback. President Biden is better in a smaller setting. He's better in one-on-one. That's how he spent his career. I think a lack of a formal audience will probably help President Biden because it's a venue he's used to. And I'm not sure that it's one that will benefit Trump because, again, he likes the energy and he feeds off the energy.
Az, good evening. Welcome. Welcome to the shit show.
Be muted when one candidate has the floor. We saw that the former president back in 2020 in the first debate interrupted then Vice President Joe Biden over 100 times. After the first debate, his poll numbers went down. Then the sitting president, his poll numbers went down. How do you think the muted microphones play out tonight?
I think it definitely, again, hopefully brings a bit of control to the debate. It's a little bit less chaotic, a little more of a conversation, hopefully. A lot has been made about the fact that the mics will be turned off when their time is up. Although one can imagine if President Trump speaks loudly enough, President Biden's mic will probably pick it up as well. Hopefully, again, it would lead to a more informed conversation that can help.
Yeah, do I have a hydrate command? I don't think I did it because I'm just always drinking something.
Muted microphones is one change for
I never forget to hydrate.
Presidential debate. The Commission on Presidential Debates has been the organization.
It is a good time. Light one up, tip one back.
The ones that have
We're about 10 minutes away.
Organize these debates. How is tonight different without the commission doing the debates?
Some of the rules are different, obviously, otherwise the candidates would have gone to the commission. I think it's more important that we're having debates than who's controlling the debates. And we'll see this, right? If this works, then maybe, and obviously there's a scheduled debate in September on ABC. If this works, maybe this is what will happen next time. I think what's really important, though, is a reinforcement of democratic norms. Right? We've seen an attack on democratic norms, an attack on democratic institutions, the courts, Congress, the press, universities, things close to your and my heart. The fact that we're actually having debates, though, says, you know what?
Does everyone on Twitch,
normalized.
Warlord has a poll.
Matters less than the fact that they're happening.
Another
I think Biden's going to win.
Tidbit about tonight is that you have one candidate who's running for re-election, and then you have the other who's attempting a non-consecutive run. Talk about the history of that.
Well, it's happened once successfully, back when mutton chops were a big deal. So again, I'm not sure that we're going to be able to repeat that. We do have two basically incumbents running on their records and against their opponents' records, which is a new wrinkle.
So you said there was one successful president, Grover Cleveland, right?
Yep.
Had a non-consecutive run. One first term in 1884.
That's what we like to hear, Torchy.
1888 by Benjamin Harrison, ran again and won in 1892. So if you want to be successful at this, what do you have to do? I mean, does the former president approach this differently because he's attempting a non-consecutive?
About 5 minutes, Warlord. I figured I'd give it 3 or 4 minutes.
To do it in 1892. I'm not sure what we can learn from 2024 from that, except they're both going to run on their records. These are both known commodities. The American people know President Biden from his time as president, vice president, U.S. senator. People know Donald Trump from.
Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad everybody going to be joining us.
Headlines in New York.
For the debate. I love it.
The United States and everything that's happened in between. We're not learning much new about these guys. We're going to watch to see how they comport themselves. I think mostly the people who are watching are pundits, partisans, in the press, most of whom are going to say, see, I told you.
Pundits, partisan, in the press.
Touch and incoherent and dangerous, and only my guy can save the republic.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
See, and we'll see how much that actually matters in the long run.
The campaigns agreed to this.
Here's the DLive link.
Said voters are using mail-in ballots and early voting in record numbers. So they wanted to hold this debate now in June.
Here's the kick link.
After the conventions. In this new
we'll come back to Twitch and YouTube.
Of meeting the voters.
At 10:30.
Do you expect that there's going to be a large audience tonight at home?
There might be. Numbers for viewing numbers for debates have been going up in recent years, with the exception of 2020, but people are tuning in. A lot of the people, though, who are tuning in are partisans. And yes, early voting matters. Nobody's voting for president yet because these guys aren't actually the nominees yet. That doesn't happen until the conventions. I think the one in September.
Clinton Trump pulled the record ratings.
Voting. One of the things we know from political science research is that debates may move some polling sometimes, but they don't tend to move very many votes.
I feel like it's going to be very interesting.
Poorly tonight, the polling numbers may shift, but then they'll settle back to their normal place or where they were. Then again, we've got the conventions, and similarly, you have a bounce. Trump will get a bounce, Biden will get a bounce, it'll settle in. I'm really not sure that tonight's debate does much for the outcome of the election. Neither of these guys is going to win the election.
I feel like the Republican convention is the end of July.
Making the election trickier.
The Democratic convention is the first week of August.
I mean,
I will be with you. We'll stream all 3-4 nights.
In November.
Does age matter tonight?
Well, Donald Trump is certainly going to try to make it matter. He's going to say that his opponent is old and out of touch, and we're not going to probably see the Reagan. I won't make.
I don't want to talk I don't want to talk about age because, you listen to Bernie. Bernie's still with it. Bernie is older than both of them.
The worst caricature.
So age isn't the factor here.
And part of the caricature of Biden is that he's, old and gumming his Jello, and we'll see if that works.
Well, the former president is 78.
Yeah.
President Biden is 81. There's 3 years difference there.
That's true. The people who tend to talk about the age the most are the press, who then say, so. President Biden is really old. What do you think? And voters go, wow, I guess he's really old. I think what matters is mental acuity.
Biden is the oldest president. If Trump, no matter who wins this election, they're still going to set the record for the oldest president.
That tonight to say, look, he's on top of his game.
So if Trump won, he would then end up being the oldest president by the end of his term.
He's the guy for the job, and Trump is obviously going to try to undermine that. Both campaigns are going to use tonight, pull clips from tonight, pull videos of the worst moment of their opponent possible, and say, see, this is what my opponent's about. And there's going to be a moment where Joe Biden looks old.
So it's not about policy. It sounds a lot like about personality.
Optics.
Are those two issues?
This is all optics.
The American people, by and large, don't vote on policy. We like to think we do. But none of us carries around a spreadsheet in our head balancing 3 points for abortion and 2 for guns, or like do the math and divide by 4 or something like that. Most of us are Democrats or Republicans, and even independents tend to be really reliably partisans. I think what we're looking for, though, is my guy really up to the task.
We are a different breed, Venus.
Points lately. One of the Democrats' arguments is there's a bit of Trump amnesia.
I don't think he was talking about like the people that are watching C-SPAN.
To do is remind voters, hey, he sounds a little wacky.
Steph Curry sim.
The numbers will then fade back. And again, it's not on a policy.
We're going to be going to D Live and Kick right here in a second.
Wanted as public policy, we'd have
I'm going to hit you with the
and we'd have a lot of gun control. We have neither. But
links one more time. That is the Kick link.
Here's who I want to project myself, my country, to be in the White House.
If you're just joining us, CNN is being a bitch.
They're sharp. They're on top of the fact.
So we're going to go to D Live and Kick.
The task done, while simultaneously trying to go to the opponent.
We'll come back to Twitch and YouTube.
Peter Loge is the chair of the Media and Public Affairs.
Drake, my friend, good evening.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Many thanks.
We are 4 minutes away. And we go ahead.
Peter Loge was talking about their.
I am fucking. He's bad about hitting the microphone. All right. So let me pull up Restream. So I'm going to have to say bye to everybody on... We're going to say bye to YouTube first. And we'll turn on Kick. We're going to say bye to Twitch, and we're going to turn on D Live. I'll see you over there, guys. Fucking Kick isn't working. I gotta go in. I gotta redo my shit. I tried it out earlier. Should have worked. That's not where I need to go. Where do I need? There's where I need to go. Hold on. Now, hopefully, we're going to be able to turn Kick on. I think. Welcome. I see peeps over on D Live. There we've got Kick. We are live on Kick. We're ready to go. Boom. What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Forbidden Stream. We're doing illegal shit over here. We are moments away. Oh, we're missing
these people in our country, and because there's no way that these people that's coming into our country illegally and stuff is going to get jobs, be able to pay for their rent, their food, their insurance,
this is the crazy,
their clothes, and everything else to live, except through a socialist system that the government's probably starting up, going for. This isn't right. The border needs to be closed. These people need to be deported because America first.
All right, so immigration is your issue, David, that you want to hear from these candidates. Who are you supporting in November?
Donald Trump.
I think a lot of people did choose Twitter.
Because I feel that he loves America. He wants America to be number one, and he's for the American people.
Question marks. Good evening.
Globalist. He's not for the corporations. He's not out there letting people.
Oh, DJ Dub, I'm sorry.
For himself and his family and stuff, to send money out to other countries and stuff.
All right, David. That was David supporting the former president.
David.
To all of you again after tonight's debate.
It's kind of a Twitch ripoff.
Away from tonight's simulcast of the CNN presidential debate in Atlanta here on the C-SPAN
Kick
network.
does suck.
Again, about 90 minutes of debate expected tonight between President Biden and former President Trump.
The D-Live link.
Debate. Our coverage continues right here. We'll take your phone calls and your reaction on social media. We'll also be live with surrogates from the campaigns inside.
Oh, here we go. Oh my God, it's real. I'm gonna have to get high.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States.
This is wild.
World, to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol.
And Gig and D-Live for the people it works for.
Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until election.
Welcome to the Forbidden Land.
Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics.
D-Live.
Of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor.
Try D-Live.
Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time,
Kick may not know what to do with the traffic. A lot of people going over to Kick for the debate.
His microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you?
You gonna shake Trump's hand? Or go straight to the podium.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Hassan has the power to get shit reversed if he gets taken down. I don't.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President
We got here just in time, Battle of Possum.
But prices remain high.
No handshake.
Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose.
Yeah, you were talking like RFK.
It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos.
Passed the tax cut.
And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year.
All the drugs.
The situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one.
Welcome to D-Live.
Anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you
technically he's the one that negotiated with the withdrawal.
Country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up.
He buggered his lips.
The minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
The up-out. I love it.
It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs.
Burn down the fucking Capitol.
Partisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we're going to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country.
Oh, did we break 20 followers? Hell yeah.
Never before. And we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that...
We produce more oil now than any country in history.
I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you,
very poor job.
There, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become
apparently kick sucks.
Nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period.
And go to Twitter.
Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 million, billion dollars.
I can't put it anywhere else.
Period. We'd be able to.
Kick is the only other option.
We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with
the COVID,
dealing with everything we have to do with. Look. If we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President
we
Trump.
finally beat Medicare.
He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's
wow.
What's happened to our country
in
the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election.
We're 13 minutes in. Joe Biden just blanked completely.
The court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho. despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take
apparently D-Live works a lot better than Kick.
Roe v. Wade.
I can't go anywhere else.
The
That's
issue
the
of
only
abortion
options
to
we
the
have.
states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that. And I'm going to block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for...
He does. He looks completely out of his...
life of the mother. I think it's very important.
Out of his depth.
Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women.
He did not say that
by
well.
the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. Consider the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion's concerned,
hide your children, hide your wife.
Voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it.
Founders
Everybody
fought.
wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any?
Why does he look like that?
How late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide.
I still vote for him.
So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance.
Rip those babies up.
She's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen.
Well, I'm on D-Live. I can say whatever the fuck I want.
Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You
put the baby in a blender.
In the state, you can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats
kill the babies,
not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans,
what's he going to do when they come for you?
Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch.
Damn you will.
Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
We're only 20 minutes
at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it.
No, keep showing Joe.
Open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now.
An hour and a half.
All over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him.
Brandon.
Look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person, come in and his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world.
That wasn't what he was talking about.
On everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border.
Fascinating.
And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl.
We stunned.
This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place.
The judge blames you.
We're literally an uncivilized.
That wasn't true, by the way.
He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't.
That's how you know it's not one of your hotels.
At all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And he opposed, his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers.
He didn't
My
say
son
that.
was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified
John Kelly
19 people
confirmed
that said
it.
Didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taking better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people.
The general said you said it.
It was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it.
Yes, John Kelly.
And number 2, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing.
That's the only obligation we have, really.
For in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the
Topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight.
Trump speaks for all of them.
More than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never.
Oh my God, that's so creepy.
A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did
pretty sure, Flasher.
In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan.
You should laugh
more. Horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin
beautiful soldiers.
Said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine. Never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas.
Dick seems to be acting like a fool
because
tonight.
Iran was broke with
Samuel.
me. I wouldn't let
everybody migrated over to D-Live.
They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration.
No terror.
This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
There was no terror under Trump.
In my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv, and he in fact didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done.
I love some quiche.
They've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never said that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with.
This could have been Nikki Haley versus.
And I'm not knocking him.
Gavin
I'm not
Newsom.
knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending.
It's been so much better.
And we shouldn't be spending. It should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact
Belarus and NATO country.
Away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans.
Did not think it was in NATO.
Has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. They
played footsie with NATO.
3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel.
I remember when Iran
was the biggest producer
was intercontinental
support
champion
for Israel of anyone in the world, and so they're 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
But they're not, though.
Back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
What?
President Biden, you have a minute.
There's so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. NATO? Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, Would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that,
You have to see.
the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions.
You know what? I'm sick of pants too.
Flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution.
We are on D-Live.
Believe that you violated that
I could probably get naked.
Actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again.
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few.
Very few.
On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening.
It had virtually nothing to do with it.
January 6th, they're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
What?
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases.
No.
Scores of cases, including the Supreme Court.
68, 67?
They said, no. This guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately.
No, O'Keefe went and started something else.
This whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic.
Project Veritas is dead.
Unselect committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats. They destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now.
There it is.
The fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows,
stole a door,
occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you
I'm not sub-decoplex.
He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote,
he is holding on by a thread, warlord,
unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border. Telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, wrong. You have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
An alley cat.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case.
Sir, you've had sex with at least two that we know of.
A very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2
We
weeks
know it for an
than we've ever
absolute
taken in the
fact.
history of
And he
any
denies
campaign. I
it.
don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again.
I bet Reagan said both of those things.
Virginia, people coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is the guy who says Hitler.
Confederate flags.
I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out, because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. Man. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every anchor, every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
Who debunked it?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from
There's the commercial
presidential
break.
Debate.
I was kind of surprised they didn't take it sooner. So one of the things that CNN said you can't do is fill their commercial breaks with any kind of commentators speaking. So I'm going to be speaking the entire time, because fuck you, CNN. Good evening, welcome. I don't have any pants on. I'm sad that we can't be on Twitch and YouTube tonight. How is Hassan still kicking on Twitch?
For progress and for peace, taxes will go up. And anyone who says they won't is not telling the truth.
With our beloved nation at peace, we're in the midst of a springtime of hope for America.
Who's winning? Fucking Biden doesn't look good.
I still believe
in a place called hope.
But here's the question.
Yeah, where is politically?
People. Who do you trust in this election?
The real choice is whether we will build a bridge to the future.
That's a good question.
And I have unlimited confidence in the wisdom of our people and the future of our country.
I stand here tonight as my own man, and I want you to know me for who I truly am.
They had their chance. They have not led. We will.
I'm John Kerry, and I'm reporting for duty.
These 4 years have brought moments I could not foresee and will not forget.
It's time for us to change America.
I used to love presidential elections.
Anymore. I was my country's.
I don't believe that rolling back regulations on Wall Street will help the small businesswoman expand or the laid-off construction worker keep his home. We have been there. We've tried that, and we're not going back. We are moving forward, America.
Under my administration, our friends will see more loyalty, and Mr. Putin will see a little less flexibility and more backbone.
He wants to make America great again. Well, he could start by actually making things in America again.
We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Here and now, I give you my word. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst.
This towering American spirit has prevailed over every challenge and lifted us to the summit of human endeavor.
Watch C-SPAN's Campaign 2024 live coverage of the Republican National Convention starting July 15th and the Democratic National Convention
July
beginning
15th.
August 19th. C-SPAN.
There's a month between them.
Of the conventions, powered by cable.
So the Republican convention is like
And in just a moment, our
2 weeks.
CNN presidential debate between President
weeks.
Biden and former President Trump will resume. This is happening live from CNN studios in Atlanta.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden.
Yeah, Dustin, you can use your
record low
Twitch to comment if you want to.
Black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of Black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that Black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce Black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
This is worse than I thought it would be, yes.
Left. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any Black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those Black families and those Black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism,
gays in nursing,
their bills for 10 years on their student debt. All the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big
never actually made that campaign promise,
is
DJ
the millions
Dub.
of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs.
Like it goes back to like a Vox article.
Jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back.
No, he never said he would be a one-term president.
Decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the
not a brag.
Providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it.
Yeah, it was like it was floated as an idea.
Malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme
apparently, it was Politico. I'm sorry. I said Vox.
Stronger hurricanes and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group.
It's also not a brag.
Population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't.
I'm back on the black market purge, so I have no clue.
And he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones.
People seem to be having a good time on D-Live, I think.
That's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read
even took my dick out earlier.
Best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president?
He had time left?
To slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using
H2O numbers
all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage.
What environmental numbers?
I don't know where the hell he's been.
What is he talking about?
That anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. we find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have those, they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing what any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those.
Yeah, where's that bottle of water?
We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming
hydrate this man
that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country.
The biggest
heart. Over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything? We're not able to, the United States can't get its under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like.
What's the over/under on Biden making it to 2035?
Moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate.
50 in 2035.
And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
so every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security,
got a youngin' in here,
we'll see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their.
Biden's got COVID this time.
Every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, they pay, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So I think he was on. I think he had the right position.
That you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest
cap,
we defeat this man because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And that's what. And if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that he, I believe, supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA,
yes.
I said, you're in a
he didn't want to cut Social Security.
400,000
He negotiated that.
40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition.
No, you're not, DJ Dub.
The only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where I talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies.
What?
I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things, too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are
He's saying that he personally, Joe Biden, made that story up.
They're putting him onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting him in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why
they took your
have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession. And inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford.
The ranking I saw had him like third from last.
Have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000
You caused the Civil War, and you're
child.
kind of the worst president.
The cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price.
Termination reason,
they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire.
Was that the most embarrassing moment?
Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people? Many from prisons.
9/11.
Many from mental institutions. Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election,
he's describing his life as Rambo.
Not even a chance of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody, number one. Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up, go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability.
Biden's had the right positions. He just hasn't been able to articulate them.
Parents to be able to go back to work, and we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst. Because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever
simply the best.
Economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff.
This is mercifully coming to an end.
The taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more.
There'll be a commercial break at any time.
Pay the difference in food and all the things that were imported. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. The middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in the first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling with the treatment they need?
Oh, yeah, I forgot
that.
We're
doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it.
The dog? What?
And we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along, the numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him, because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more
fentanyl machines
of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need
the best bill.
And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl, and Mexico.
Fentanyl machines.
Make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now, struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, because this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done. Hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6
Probably going to be a commercial break after this.
As a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly. As soon as I take office, before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where he paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the oldest situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States.
He is older than Israel.
Guess what? Those fabs, they call that to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us, all of our allies.
Kinda can get shit done.
And those who he cuddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, who he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc., they don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever.
Trump was more coherent than I thought he would be.
Health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior. 2 regular club championships.
Bragging about his golf game.
You have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they've never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
What?
Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what anyway, just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. The reason I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
We're bragging about their golf game.
I'm happy to play golf with you if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Bucket, wow.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn
Let's not act like children.
to a specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to.
I want to see this golf match.
Nobody talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is...
Let's play golf for the presidency.
I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins.
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and
Bush.
Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. Not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia. Because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President
president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins? Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely.
Fair, legal, and good.
Much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up.
Is he saying that if they would
up to a very high level,
rescind
because
the
people
indictments?
understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt we'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential
There's your
debate,
commercial break.
live from Georgia.
As soon as it's going to be closing statement. I gotta pee like a motherfucker. Enjoy C-SPAN commercial.
Is a free mobile app featuring your unfiltered view of what's happening in Washington. Live and on demand.
I'm not wearing any pants.
The day's biggest events with live streams of floor proceedings and hearings from the U.S. Congress, White House events, the courts, campaigns, and more from the world of politics, all at your fingertips. You can also stay current with the latest episodes of Washington Journal and find scheduling information for C-SPAN's TV networks and C-SPAN Radio, plus a variety of compelling podcasts. C-SPAN Now is available at the Apple Store and Google Play. Scan the QR code to download it for free today or visit our website, cspan.org/cspan now. C-SPAN Now, your front row seat to Washington, anytime, anywhere.
We'll welcome them into a great national crusade to make America great again.
Is that our dream has been earned for progress and for peace. Taxes will go up. And anyone who says they won't is not telling the truth.
With our beloved nation at peace, we're in the midst of a springtime of hope for America.
Because we are the party that believes in the American dream.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
I still believe in a place called hope.
Here's the question for the American people. Who do you trust in this election?
The real choice is whether we will build a bridge to the future or a bridge to the past.
And I have unlimited confidence in the wisdom of our people and the future of our country.
I stand here tonight as my own man.
They had their chance. They have not led. We will.
I'm John Kerry, and I'm
the legs barely
reporting for duty.
These 4 years have brought moments I could not foresee and will not forget.
It's time for us to change America.
I wasn't my own man anymore. I was my country's.
We have been there. We've tried that, and we're not going back. We are.
Yeah, I miss those elections.
Under my administration,
can we get some normal politicians again?
And Mr. Putin, we'll see a little less flexibility and more backbone.
He wants to make America great again. Well, he could start by actually making things in America again.
We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
If you entrust me with the presidency, I will draw on the best of us, not the worst.
This towering American spirit has prevailed.
Yeah, we'll probably have closing statements, like 2 minutes for each of them.
2024 live coverage of the Republican National Convention starting July 15th and the Democratic National Convention beginning August 19th. C-SPAN, your unfiltered view of the conventions, powered by cable.
C-SPAN.
Once again, waiting for the CNN presidential debate between President Biden and former President Trump to resume. A reminder that we will get your reaction to what you've seen and heard tonight as soon as the debate is over.
I am too.
Our
I'm surprised it wasn't
continues from Atlanta.
Hour and a half
in just a moment.
on the head.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience, or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes, and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit, number one. He's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America.
Boy.
He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credit people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President.
Trump's almost as old.
2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody
stopped Israel,
Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
No, we want Washington Journal on C-SPAN is what we want. Biden looks like he's still stunned. Wow. Trump was more coherent and on point than I expected. Joe Biden, not anywhere near as coherent as I expected.
And that's
all right. Twitch getting turned back on.
The 2024 election cycle is in the books. President Biden and
Twitch is
addressing several issues tonight with moderators Jake Tapper.
I'll let everybody have a chance to get over there.
Immigration, foreign policy.
I'll turn D-Live off and we'll go back to YouTube.
Others. C-SPAN's coverage continues tonight of the first presidential debate. A look now inside the spin room, live coverage where surrogates for the candidates are now will start talking to reporters to give their analysis of the evening. C-SPAN's cameras are, of course, there on the ground, and we'll be bringing you highlights from there for the next hour or so. We will also take your calls until midnight tonight, and at
until
that point,
midnight,
re-air tonight's debate in its entirety.
Bessie, good evening.
First, though, what's your reaction to tonight's debate?
I was not expecting calls until midnight.
What resonated with you? What did you want
I'm excited
that you didn't hear? We've divided the lines this way. If you're supporting President Biden, call in at 202-748-8920.
You got an ad break incoming. I'm sorry.
The line tonight is 202-748-8921. If you're undecided, still undecided, after tonight's debate, call in at 202-748-8922. And if you've decided to...
It was worse than I expected.
...party candidate, you can call us at 202-748-8923. Remember, you can join the conversation on X with the handle @C-SPAN, also on Facebook.com/C-SPAN, or you can text us with your first
DJ
name,
Dub
city,
with the
and
resub. Just in time to miss the ads.
03. Calls are in. Angie in Canton, Ohio, supporting.
Oh, God.
President. Angie, you are up first. What is your reaction to tonight's debate? Angie?
Yes.
Angie.
Good evening.
I didn't even know I had anything to say. I'm sorry.
Peter in New York. Undecided. Peter, your reaction to tonight's debate?
Well, I thought that the format for tonight's debate was excellent. I thought the moderators did a great job.
Is he eating popcorn?
You said that the performance tonight was excellent by the candidates?
I thought the moderators did well. I thought they did real well.
Is this Larry David?
I like the format, Peter.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. A great format.
Great format, the best format.
Were tremendous. Now, the candidates, holy mackerel, they're not exactly Lincoln and Douglas. I was undecided. Now I'm even more so. Because actually, all they did was attack each other. And They didn't seem very presidential.
Neither one of them.
The two guys on the corner.
Peter?
Yeah.
What do you want to hear from these candidates in order to decide?
Well, I would like them to talk about the issues, more about their own ideas rather than attacking.
I've got C-SPAN ready to go.
And I'd like them to show a little bit more decorum. Right now, I feel like hiding under the bed.
I'm going to call the support Biden line.
Undecided in New York. Karen in Greer, South Carolina, supporting the former president. Karen, how did your candidate do?
Hi.
Where's Karen?
Hi, Karen.
Actually, I think he did. Hi. I think he did quite well. He kept his demeanor cool, calm, and collected. To me, he is
calling the Biden number.
The only one that can put America to be great again.
What does it mean?
The relationship with other presidents throughout different countries where Biden does not. And he was right. All Biden does is keep printing off money and more money and more money.
That's not true.
Letting in people from the border. Give the Americans the job. We need it.
They took our jobs.
Our children need it. Our grandchildren need it.
All right, I'm going to turn off D-Live.
So that's my
We're
opinion.
going to go back to YouTube.
Karen, what did you like about President Trump's first 4 years? What did you like about his record?
Not D-Live.
He kept his word. There was no war.
No war.
More products were being made in the USA. Gas was being utilized from the USA.
We produce more gas now than any country in history.
Handling the USA.
Okay. Karen in South Carolina. We'll go to a Biden supporter. Janice.
Here we go. When they hang up, I get a call.
What did your candidate do tonight?
Hi, he did wonderful.
No, he didn't.
Joe is, he's getting older, but...
Yes, he is.
With the behavior that we get out of Trump and the way that he treats women and the rights that he has taken away from us, it says a lot. Says a lot. And I wish more people would pay attention to that. Instead of some of these Trump supporters that I see are just loudmouth, bright clothes, diaper wearing.
Oh, God, there were a lot of people on D-Live.
Trump supporters.
Janice, you said he is getting older. Did he show his age tonight?
Yes.
You know what? He did a little bit, and he looks a little tired, but it's awful late. You know, he's not the only one who gets tired early.
She almost dozed
off. Who reports for NBC at the White House, tweeting out at 9:50 p.m. Two sources familiar with the situation say President Biden has a cold. Then she also tweets out at 9:58. Multiple sources say the president was given COVID test and is negative for COVID. Let's go inside the spin room in Atlanta. Lee Stefanik, leader in the Republicans in the House, one of the leaders, talking to reporters.
I got to do one more interview with
We saw that tonight from President Trump.
What does he think about Biden's performance and his age problem?
Look, I think it was a weak performance. I mean, it is. You don't get points for standing up and talking for 90 minutes. What you have to do is.
I tried.
His record, which
not a Condria.
The fact.
Go ahead, light one up, tip one back.
About illegal immigration, 10, 15, 20 million illegal.
I feel like they'll take more Biden calls.
We talked about fentanyl deaths, which are coming along with them. We talked about the strength on the American position around the world. on every single.
Biden did a lot worse than I thought he would.
Clearly
Trump did a lot better than he thought he would.
America needs to go, and President Biden was not able to do that.
But there was
Trump
also a lot
clearly
of
a lot
facts.
more restrained than he was 4 years ago in these debates. Was not nearly as
Yeah, they've already got a third party on hold.
strategic decision.
Look, what we wanted to do, what the president wanted to do, was be able to come out and talk about the issues that are affecting American people. He was able to clearly articulate those issues.
No, I'm sure they've already filled up the lines.
The solutions that he's going to be putting on the table.
Kelly, good evening. Trump never answered a question.
This was an
To be fair, Biden didn't really either.
On the stage at the same time and talk about their vision for the world. We wanted to make sure, he wanted to make sure that he was going to be able to get.
It was a pathetic performance by both of them.
He did a fantastic job with it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Kelly, thank you for the resub.
We will see. I mean, certainly if they're going to try and remove him from the ticket, they're running out of time every single day.
Who?
How does this translate
Biden?
to the upcoming convention in the next few weeks? What's sort of the plan to use this debate as a...
Well, I think
Biden malfunctioned multiple times.
He was able to articulate his vision for the next 4 years, which is tremendously important. And really, when you think about it, it's not just a plan for America for the next 4 years. We are going to set.
That was probably the calmest I've ever seen Trump.
This is going to be a transformative
like the
election.
calmest and most on point.
Right now, a presidency defined by weakness.
Still very Trumpian.
We are going to transition back to President Trump and a presidency defined by strength.
On abortion pills, his answer on that, do you expect that to be a problem?
Michael Whatley, the chair of the Republican National Committee, talking to reporters live in the spin room. C-SPAN cameras are there on the ground. We have not seen Democrats yet in the spin room. We're expecting to see some from the Biden camp, and when we do, we will bring you back inside the spin room. We are also taking your phone.
Hang up on the caller. What caller?
Media reaction to tonight's first
I haven't got in yet.
Debate. Paul in Miami. Undecided, Paul. What did you think of tonight?
I like the format, that you didn't have mooing and catcalling and people screaming and just delaying it. Neither of these people are cognitively killing it. Choice. I mean, binary, two parties, and again, I'm not trying to be sarcastic about it, but Biden definitely, he's a decent person. Looked aged, and Trump is, I don't know, ideology is me, doesn't really stand for anything, just stands for winning. That's, again, I don't know that it moved anything.
So for you, how will you decide then?
I'm going to decide this way, and it's, the polls like, I'm undecided, up until the minute I go, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, I kind of leaning basically either just third party or, I'm a little scared that Trump, in the sense, I don't think he's a racist. I don't think he's a fascist. I don't think he's the worst person in the world. But I do think he is, in 4 years, is not fearful of anything and would do anything that he wants to do with no threat.
Like a fascist.
And that's concerning to me. But no, I still am waiting. There we are.
So what could the former president do to convince you to vote for him?
Biden gets sick. No, I mean, I'm not a Biden supporter. It's sad. It's a.
Come on. So for you, it's third party or the former president?
Third party or
OMG.
A little bit towards Biden, but I don't think Biden is really running things. I think it's a really good staff that is running it. But yeah.
Let me run this. Let me run this by you. Casey Hunt, CNN reporter, tweets out the voice, open-mouthed look, and visual contrast between President Biden and former President Trump have all Democrats I'm talking to nearly beside themselves watching this debate. And then another reporter, a prominent Democrat, is texting saying, Gavin, please, referring to the California governor.
Lethal Weapon 2 is probably a better watch. Biden malfunctioned multiple times.
This is difficult. It's what a choice we have. It's not nice. These aren't tremendously talented candidates, and
sure, he malfunctioned.
I think at this point
on almost every question.
There was if you remember the old governor Edwin Edwards of Louisiana. He said they're going to keep voting for me unless they find I'm in bed with a dead woman or a live child. And I think it's come to, we have bad choices, and it's just going to be last second. You know, people are going to make
dead woman or a live
should
child.
They hold a second debate between these two candidates
Of course
in
they
September.
should. Of course they should. Absolutely.
Same
No,
rules.
absolutely.
Same rules. Same format.
I like it, and
He likes
I
it.
get where the hosts
talk to him a lot.
Moderators, you know, Dana and Jack, they have a difficult time. You got to push these people. I worked in media years and years ago, but you got to push people. You got to get them, just cut them off.
All right.
And stop. Yeah. But thank you for the opportunity to share that.
All right, Paul, undecided in Florida. Let's go back into the spin room. Senator Tim Scott's talking to reporters.
Talk about what that meant to have that elevated for this
It's an
audience.
exciting time for the people living in impoverished communities. Under Donald Trump, we saw My Opportunity Zone sign into law. What that means is $70 billion committed to the poorest communities, oftentimes majority and minority. $70 billion has led to, in those communities, about an 8% wage growth versus 3% outside of the zones, 20% appreciation in your property values, and the restoration of hope. It was a really good 4 years for people who grew up like I did in a single.
Yeah, I'm calling C-SPAN.
Talking about opportunity.
I've called into C-SPAN multiple times.
The most powerful force for good.
Once after a debate.
Focused
in 2020.
We've seen in my lifetime.
They asked me about fracking.
It's always good to hear your name called if it's called in a positive way. But bottom line is, it's not about me. It's about what can we do to make sure that the American people experience their version of the American dream. And that's what we should all be focused on.
They're going to take calls for another hour after this.
Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina also ran for president this
year.
Rumored to be a possible pick for vice president by former President Trump. We are getting your reaction to tonight's debate. Chase in Clifton Park, New York, supporting President Biden. Chase, how did your guy do?
Honestly, I think
I'll go back to the Biden line.
Pretty old. I mean, they asked a few questions there. I mean, first few minutes in, I mean, he got quiet, and you know, he kind of stumbled a little bit. So, you know, other than that, you know, he put up a good fight. You know, these two are pretty good debaters. I mean, they got a lot of good points between the two of them. But you know, personally, myself, I'd like to see them both in a wrestling match or something. You know, just something safe, nothing too crazy.
Let's see him play golf.
You know, I'm pretty glad that nothing crazy happened tonight. You know, nothing like the prior ones, people yelling out. But they put up a pretty good match. I'm just scared for our country and everything that's going on in it. You know. I mean, nobody's taking anything seriously. You know, we need a real awakening. Everything's dividing the whole country right now. Everybody's got to come back together as one, you know. I mean, that's personally what I think. You know, it's really
that's what communism is.
That, you know, nobody else sees it like that. It's not just these two guys. These two guys are just pawns on a chessboard, you know. They got all these people behind them. They're just the face. That's all it is.
All right, Chase. Curtis in San Antonio. Curtis, who are you supporting in this election?
I'm going for the third party. You know, I love President Biden. His heart is in the right place. But he's a little aged, and like everyone before me was saying, I think it's time for him to sit down. And Donald Trump, I just don't support him. I just
Curtis,
don't trust him.
Are you saying that the president should step down now?
No, I'm thinking when the yes, I don't think he should run.
That's going to be the story.
Right now, 4 months out from the election.
No, I don't. And not because he's not a good president. He's an aging president, and I think his time is up.
All right. In the spin room, the Georgia Senator, Ralph Warnock, talking to reporters. Let's listen in.
Like, the DNC doesn't pick the president.
One second, guys. We're going to do it after.
You're good. You're totally fine.
No, great. Proud to be joined here today with members that fully represent the rich diversity of the Biden-Harris coalition. Look, tonight, I think what you saw
wasn't Wolf Blitzer. It was Chris Matthews.
Contrast, a very clear choice in this election. What you saw out of Donald Trump tonight was a man man who took the stage and lied the entire night, grew increasingly unhinged throughout the night, and reminded the American people by the end of the debate exactly why they fired him in the first place 4 years ago. In contrast to that, you saw President Biden take the stage and did exactly what he did over the course of the last 4 years, fight relentlessly on behalf of the American people. He fought through a cold, and he made the case for his historic...
Melania hasn't been seen in months.
50 million jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, the work that he has done since the day he took office to lower costs for Americans, capping the cost of insulin at $35, the work that he's done to cap prescription drug costs out of pocket for our seniors at $2,000 annually, the work that he's going to continue to do in his second term. And Donald Trump, you saw somebody who repeatedly refused to say that he would accept the results of the election once again, the same way that he did so in 2020. We saw the way that that played out most violently on January 6th. He is all but promising to do that again if he loses this election again. He's already spent his months out on the stump saying that there's going to be a bloodbath if he loses this election. He reminded the American people...
I would like nothing more than the Democrats to replace Biden, but I don't think it's happening.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade was a great thing.
Did the odds go up after tonight? I guess.
In fact,
I still don't think they're good, though.
Bans are playing out brilliantly. That is the fundamental contrast that the American people saw as this debate played out over the course of the night. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
Well, I appreciate you having you here with me, DJ Dub.
I represent Texas.
Love Jasmine Crockett.
That abortion is on the ballot, and to be clear, tonight we saw two things. People can choose between a con-in-chief or a commander-in-chief. And so what we saw was someone who sat up there and was acting as if he was some used car salesman that wanted to just tell us whatever and pretend as if it was fact. The reality is that our president submitted to you what looks like substance. The substance of the issue is simple. We have somebody that is bragging about the fact that he took Roe v. Wade away from us. Whereas we know the next step. They've gone after mifepristone. They want to go after contraception. And unfortunately, in the state of Texas, they're talking about instituting the death penalty. What the American people have to decide is that they're going to choose themselves. This election isn't about all of the lies that Trump is selling you. What it's about is the facts. The facts are that he took that right away from us, and he wants to take more rights away from us, and he did not shy away from it. Every time he didn't want to answer a question, he just decided to deflect. The reality is that people are dying. We had over 26,000 women that were impregnated in the state of Texas alone in the last year since the Dobbs decision as a result of rape. That is unacceptable. You all know the story of Kate Cox. You know the story of Dr. Denard. You know the story of women that are potentially losing their lives. And so there is only one clear choice, and that clear choice is Joe Biden and the blue team. And that's exactly why we're here.
All right, Senator, we are now going to Senator Warnock. Senator Warnock.
Governor Newsom,
hang on.
you address the president if you're asked.
We're going to go through the rum show.
Elections are about the character of a nation. They are about jobs, they're about the economy, they're about war and peace, a whole range of issues. But at the end of the
they fucked with me. They put the American people, the Chiron and the black guy from earlier. They said he was Raphael Warnock.
Of Donald Trump.
And I was like, I don't think that's him.
There and lied for 90 minutes straight. But what I was also
this is totally Raphael Warnock.
What he did not say every time he was asked a question that had something to do with the lives of the ordinary
Tim Scott was speaking.
Class people that I represent here in the state of Georgia. Did you notice he never answered the question? When he was asked about child care, which is a real issue in this country.
He didn't answer many of the questions.
They can't get to work because they don't have child care. He didn't have an answer for that. He tried to take credit for capping the cost of insulin and prescription drugs. Well, I know that's a lie because that's my bill. I passed it. And Joe Biden signed it into law. When it came to anything having to do with ordinary people, he reminded us that this man wants to do the only thing that he's ever done, and that's focus on people like himself. That's why he passed a tax cut that went to the richest of the rich on the backs of ordinary, working class, poor people, middle class people. We passed a tax cut, the largest tax cut for middle and working class people in American history. He's trying.
Brian Danielson.
And We've got to make sure that we stand up as a nation, stand up for the American covenant, e pluribus unum, out of many, one, and we should always be afraid of somebody who's telling us to be afraid of each other. That's Donald Trump. America's better than Donald Trump, and I believe that come November 5th, the American people are going to stand up once again and prove it.
Warnock is good. He's got a bright future.
We're now going to go. We're going to get to everybody's questions. We're going to get to everybody's questions. We're now going to go to Governor Newsom.
Big Gav.
I'll associate myself with many of the comments that were just made.
Jesus, guys.
To me, that was just daylight and darkness. I'm a little old-fashioned. I care about substance. I care about policy. I care about facts. I care about people being accountable to their lives. What I saw tonight was Donald Trump, weakness masquerading as strength. The guy was incapable, as the senator said, answering any question directly, obfuscating, pointing fingers, and more important than anything else, disgusted by the fact that I heard ex-president of the United States talk down the American economy, talk down the United States of America to the degree he did tonight.
Sir, what about the president's...
As it relates to the president, on the substance, on the compare and contrast and economic record, where just in the last 3.5 years, that 15.6 million jobs represents 8 times more jobs than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Wasserman on Twitter.
Envy of the world, where we're seeing...
Gave a very bleak outlook.
2/3 an economic policy and a vision for the future to bring back American manufacturing.
Saying commentators on CNN.
So from my humble perspective, this is not about style. This is about
Newsom is good.
Results for the American people. And tonight, I think Joe Biden not only asserted himself, he reminded people of his accomplishments and his vision for the future.
Governor, if you're asked, would you replace Joe Biden?
Look, I think first of all,
would you replace Joe Biden?
Gavin Newsom there, part of a team of Biden supporters first giving their individual statements about how they think their candidate did, and then we expect them to...
that's going to be the talk of the commentators for the next week.
President's strategy tonight, his campaign strategy tonight. Politico reported earlier that instead of dispatching...
D-Mac, what's up?
Army of surrogates into a sea of reporters is the way they framed it. The Biden campaign planned to send in that team that you saw on their screen to deliver succinct statements and then take a few questions, and then they plan to leave the spin room. Now, others in support of President Biden are expected to be in the spin room, but that is the strategy from the campaign tonight. We've seen several Republicans talking to reporters, and we'll hear more from tonight while we also talk to all of you about tonight's debate, getting your reaction to it. We've divided the lines by those that support the sitting president, those of you that support the former president.
I've been trying to get in on Biden and undecided
third-party candidates. Jim in White Wright, Texas. Hi, Jim.
Hello.
You're supporting the former president.
That's correct.
What did you think of the debate?
I thought he was very composed. I don't know how anyone can look at the president of the United States and say that there's nothing wrong with that person. Clearly, it's elder abuse. I can't believe that his handlers are putting him through this.
Dip, good evening.
Lost most of the debate. He really didn't answer a question. He just kept repeating his talking points that he was given over the past 2 weeks at Camp David.
Jim, have you been supporting the former president all along? Did you support him in 2016 and in 2020?
I did, and if there was a third party that was viable, I may have gone that way. But the economy shatters right now. The middle class is dying. They can't afford groceries. They're breaking into people's cars to feed themselves. Ask me how I know. And it's just ridiculous. The stat they gave that the moderators gave that a basket of groceries that was $100 at the beginning of Biden's administration now is $120. It's about $150 for real. I also thought it was interesting that the moderators would cut Biden off when he was getting ready to go over a cliff, and that his mic was supposed to be silenced when it wasn't his turn, but indeed it wasn't.
What?
You believe that happened many times?
Several times. He interrupted Trump, and his mic was supposed to be silenced. I'm also curious on which party demanded that no press was in the room, which is unprecedented, and no audience, which is also unprecedented. Also, the Democrats are putting up speakers to answer a few questions and run away from the spin room. Why is that?
Okay.
Jim, let me ask you. You said you.
But the Republicans did too.
Party candidate, if there was one that was viable. Why? Do you have some concerns about the former president?
No, not at all. I would probably have looked at a third party in 2016, but I'm okay with the economy running on all four cylinders. I'm okay with our adversaries being afraid of us. I'm a former 20-year military man. And other than the fact that he put out mean tweets, I really have no issues. All the lies and stuff about him being racist and January 6th and Charlottesville, we all know, you know, that that's made up. All you have to do is listen to the transcripts. But most of Biden supporters just listen
heard that
to
one in a few years.
You and other mainstream media tell them, and that's their life. But again, I don't know how anyone can look at him and tell me there's nothing wrong with Biden.
All right.
That he is.
Oh, I think there's something wrong with Biden.
Commander-in-chief and the leader of the free world.
Jim's thoughts there. In White Wright, Texas, Jim asking why reporters were not allowed in the studio. There was some pressure earlier this evening coming from the White House Association, the White House, the Reporters Association at the White House, asking for the pool reporter who follows the president around to be allowed.
Respect. Good evening.
The studio. They were not allowed in at the beginning. Kelly O'Donnell, who represents the reporters at the White House for the association, tweeting out. The print pool reporter went into the debate.
They let that caller go on longer than they usually let callers go on.
The White House Association advocated for a pool reporter for the duration of tonight's debate. Here's a quote. POTUS and former President Donald Trump were both standing at their lecterns, staring straight ahead as photographers snapped photos. This was the pool reporter's report during the break, the 3.5 commercial break, 3.5-minute commercial break that occurred tonight. There were 2 commercial breaks this evening. So it sounds like the pool reporter was let in during that commercial break.
For 3 minutes.
Rashad, incoming Georgia, undecided.
Pictures.
Rashad, let's hear from you.
Yes, good evening. Still undecided. Quite frankly,
undecided line is what I'm calling in on next.
I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen, proudly U.S. citizen, and I feel like after this debate that we continue to be, or I continue to be, stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to my decision of who shall I vote for. I believe that the conversation, well, definitely President Biden is, in my opinion, is not a viable candidate by all means.
And Trump is?
What anybody say, I mean, you cannot ignore the obvious. I wish the Democrats have presented a different candidate than President Biden. That is a fact, and facts are very stubborn and hard to ignore. President Trump has an excellent economic track record that is backing him up significantly.
He does.
On the other hand, I still believe that President Trump continues to be a threat to the democracy and the greatness of this nation because he was unable to clearly answer the question if he would accept the result of the election.
He won't.
To me, that was, not a good indication because he repeatedly said, if it's fair, or cannot remember the exact quote. I cannot quote him, but he repeatedly stated that it's fair and clear, and I mean that's by his standards, but by the he wouldn't probably acknowledge a fair election if it doesn't go along with what he would expect or would like to see. It's as I said, again, it's a very, very hard decision to make. They're looking at both of them.
Well, Trump would want to be one of his golf courses.
Biden inherited a very good,
like Doral.
I would say, momentum when he came into office. So he's taking credit for what President Trump has established.
All right, caller. I'm going to leave it at that. I want to go into the spin room. Jason Miller, Trump surrogate there, speaking to reporters. Let's listen.
You walk down your streets without getting stabbed or murdered, or all the heinous things that are happening from these Biden migrant crimes. Finally, there's hope. We can turn this around.
So the rules imposed that were supposed to control former President Trump were actually in favor of him. Favored his performance.
Again, put that aside. As long as President Trump was able to deliver his vision, which he was able to tonight, we knew that President Trump would win. We've been saying that all along. We just want to get a fair shake for President Trump to lay out his vision. That's what he did.
I'm surprised I haven't been able to get in easily.
How many times did he sit there with that look on his face as President Trump was challenging Biden, saying, why have you done this to the border? How many illegals have you let in the country? What are you going to do to fix it? Why did you do this? Biden couldn't answer a single time, never once. And
thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller.
Worked in the campaign's favor. What did you make of the evening?
Again, other people can go and talk about that.
I play golf games.
Communicate his vision.
I have
without being cut off.
PGA Tour 2K23 or whatever.
You're going to be maybe setting.
I think it's 23.
The president and Mr. Biden, as they talked about.
I have no clue what handicap means.
I don't know, but that line when Biden said, "I got my handicap when I was vice president." Man, that was not a good look. That was not a good look. I don't think Biden could even make it to the tee. I mean, just...
The two of them arguing about their golf score was not a good look. It was stupid.
Some discussion about the future as opposed to justifying the past.
Jason Miller, senior advisor to the former president's campaign there, talking to reporters. You heard him talking about the exchange between the two candidates about their golf games. They also talked about some other issues, many policy issues tonight. We want to get your reaction to what you heard from them. Frank Luntz, a pollster who's been on this program many times, held
I'm sure he has.
A survey, a focus group with undecided voters tonight. He tweeted this out at 10 p.m. After the first commercial break, I asked my focus group of undecided voters how many of them are more convinced to vote for Joe Biden. 0 raised their hands. Half of them said or say they voted for Biden in 2020. Catherine in East Meadow, New York, you support President Biden. Are you concerned
Back to the
about
Biden line.
his debate performance?
Yes and no. I felt that he tried to stick to the policies and everything in the time allotted. Former President Trump, he was with his rhetoric of everything else. I thought President Biden was presidential with just bringing up after Trump attacked him and attacked his son, calling him a criminal, and after he leaves office, he will be indicted, about Hunter Biden. I think that President Biden a little bit more emotional in that moment before he regained his composure.
Catherine, what are some of the top issues for you in this campaign?
First, top, I think that
Cuba.
President Biden has to get, I think the news organizations have to take the questions that were asked and put down the facts. As far as the economy goes, as far as job creations.
Oh, the lady on the phone? Oh, shit.
When Biden had turned around to say about, he did make the mention about with Congress, he wasn't able to pass what he wants to do with the immigration.
He does well with elderly voters.
There's lots of fact-checking that happened during tonight's debate. New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, PolitiFact. There are many outlets that you can go to get to see what the candidates said and whether or not it was true. PolitiFact sent this tweet out. Donald Trump said 18 million people have come over the border under Joe Biden. U.S. Customs and Border data shows that nationwide border agents have stopped migrants about 9.7 million times during Biden's presidency. Then you have Daniel Dale for CNN.
Well, not going to get in on the Biden line, it
18
looks
to
like.
19 million people entering under Biden is false. Total number of Biden-era encounters through May 2024 at both legal ports of entry and in between those ports was under 10 million. Not all of those people are let in, and many of them are repeat triers. Then you have PolitiFact again. Donald Trump said virtually all the jobs created under Joe Biden have gone to migrants. This is false. Under Biden, native-born workers' jobs rose by 7.
High enough for this shit.
Foreign-born workers' jobs rose by 5.6 million. Then you also have PolitiFact on President Biden. Biden said Trump wanted to cut Social Security. Trump did tell CNBC that there's a lot you can do to cut Social Security, but he quickly walked back his statement to match the position on his website, which is to protect the program. Then there's this. Joe Biden said Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. That's half true. For years, Trump vowed to repeal and replace the ACA, but in March, he changed his view without giving details. There is fact checkers, and you can go to many websites, PolitiFact, CNN, Washington Post, New York Times. That's just some of them. But you can fact check yourself. Look to see what people have researched on what you heard from the candidates tonight. Sophia in Noblesville, Indiana.
Sophia.
Supporting a third-party candidate. Which one?
Personally, after this debate, I am supporting Biden. I'm really disappointed with how Trump did not really answer the questions. He kept going back to Biden and saying what he did not do rather than what he would do in those situations and answering the questions. So honestly, I thought Biden did a great job on being on topic and making sure to answer the questions while also addressing what Trump was also saying.
Sophia, your top issue in this campaign. Why are you voting for President Biden? What are the issues?
I'm voting for Biden because honestly, I liked his answers during his debate. Not only did he address the problems when he was asked, unlike Trump personally, I liked his stance on taxes specifically and how he was talking about the 1%ers and the raising of taxes and his standpoint and why. I liked how he personally addressed the problems and also explained why he had those standpoints. Specifically, I liked how he talked about Ukraine and Russia and addressing what Trump was saying. I thought that really turned my vote on how he was addressing that.
Right,
and
third
then
party
also,
line.
The issues with Iran specifically, I thought he
I'm going to give it a second.
Well spoken during those moments.
All right, Sophia there in Indiana. We'll go to Jacob here in Washington, D.C., supporting the president. Jacob.
Hi. Yeah, I'm supporting Joe Biden in this election, and I will say I'm not super thrilled about it, man. But we've gotten to a point now where to be a person in this country is to be frustrated with your leaders and your leadership. And in this election, we really only have two choices. I don't really think RFK's brainworms are going to carry it over the finish line.
Jacob, what do you make of Democratic strategists? Reporters are saying Democratic strategists are panicking. They didn't think that the president did well tonight.
He did not do well.
Reaction from them.
I think that's totally fair. I mean, he had a really bad night. He didn't look very coherent. He didn't look strong, and it looked like he, was quite frankly struggling to even make it through the full time of the debate. So yeah, I mean,
well, there's at least 23 trolls
because I don't really
watching C-SPAN right now.
Much of a choice, just because of the fact that his opponent is a convicted felon who tried to overthrow the government. But yeah, I mean, he definitely had a bad night, and honestly, if this turned people off, from voting for him, I would understand that.
All right, Jacob there. Jacob, how old are you?
Shit.
So this will be my first presidential election voting.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your age.
I'm 21.
21. Jacob there, 21, supporting the president. On X, if you follow us on X, at C-SPAN is our handle there. You can participate in a poll.
Oh, I bet there's a delay. We're on YouTube.
Right now it stands at 67.5.
That's why I'm not getting it at the right time.
That the former president won this first presidential debate over the sitting president, 32.5% saying that Joe Biden won tonight. Again, these are just the folks that are participating.
You go to the C-SPAN website.
You can do it yourself if you'd like to. If you go to X, at C-SPAN is our handle. Jose in Rio Grande City, Texas, reporting. Hi, Jose.
Hi.
Jose in Texas, supporting President Trump. It's your
Life or
turn.
death situation in America, and you need to either
All right,
choose
let me
Trump
go
or Biden. You
to
can't choose
Sabrina.
third
Who's
party.
This is Sabrina.
Why are you calling in on the third party line?
I believe that third party is not feasible right now, and so you need to choose. And I have come to realization during this debate.
Okay, and what are the issues that are important to you?
As a woman, I'm very pro Roe v. Wade, and that has made my realization that I need to vote for Biden. And I was really upset for Biden during this debate because he was not attacking Trump like he should have. He seemed really.
So she called in on third party.
Trump, on the other hand, was being overly attacking, and he was not able to discuss these issues and his points at all. And so I'm leaning more towards Biden because of that, and not third party.
All right, that's Sabrina in Georgia. Says that abortion is the important issue for her this November. That topic did come up at the very beginning, toward the beginning of tonight's debate. Here are both of the candidates on abortion.
7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation.
And then he trails off.
Third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states
I said a lot of crazy things.
take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia,
on D-Live,
put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and
rip it.
The baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true.
I'm thinking about the salad I'm going to have after this.
Provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state.
Whatever you
want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected,
They come for birth control
the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period.
Come for IVF.
Board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Come for the LGBTQ community.
The two candidates tonight squaring off in their first presidential debate. That issue right there, abortion, one of the many that they discussed. In the spin room across from the studio that held the debate, the CNN presidential debate, Doug Burgum, the former governor of North Dakota, one-time presidential candidates, talking to reporters.
That's for the Democrats to decide. I think they've created this situation that they're in. This is their end. They're going to have to work their way through that. But it doesn't matter who's up. President Trump is going to win in the fall.
Do you think that the debate matters longer term for voters?
I think tonight maybe mattered more than any other presidential debate in history because the contrast between President Trump's strength and Joe Biden's weakness was just so absolutely clear. You could have watched this show tonight with the sound off, and you would have figured out who won that debate. It would have been President Trump. Okay, we got to run.
Do you have any indication of when?
In terms of optics, Trump won, I guess.
That is the current governor of North Dakota there, Doug Burgum, also rumored to be a potential vice presidential pick for President Trump. In the spin room in Atlanta, our cameras are there live this evening. We'll continue to show you what the supporters of these two candidates are telling the media. And while we do that, we're getting your reaction to tonight's debate. Arnold, in Miami, Florida, you're supporting the president, former president?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Tell us why.
All right, so in 2016, I didn't vote, but the economy has taken off. I was doing well. My family was doing well, and so I voted for him in 2020. And now it's everything's a lot harder. It's clear. I mean, everything was reversed under Biden. And all I know is my personal situation, and those are the things that matter to me, my family. That's why I'm voting for Trump. And when we get to immigration, too, I mean, we're talking about these numbers and fact checkers and, 18 million, 9 million. Listen, I worked in Manhattan. I lived in New Jersey. I have family there. It's visible. You can see it. The crime rate is up. It is directly affecting people.
Crime rate is down.
It doesn't matter what that number is, but it's affecting people. So we're voting based on that.
All right. So that is why you're supporting the former president.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any concerns about the former president getting a second term?
No, not at all. I mean, when he ran the first time, they said he was going to, start World War III and this and that. None of that happened. He brokered the Middle East. You don't hear anything about that. I'm less worried about that than I am Biden looking like a corpse on TV.
All right. Arnold's thoughts there. We'll go to Brandon, who's undecided in Michigan.
Thanks,
Brandon,
Arnold.
were you hoping tonight's debate would allow you to make a decision?
I was hoping that, but honestly, I think it was a pretty bad performance by both of them.
Yeah.
Tell us where they both failed, in your opinion, tonight.
Obviously, age is a huge factor for Biden, but with Trump, for me, he couldn't stay on topic at all. I mean, there were questions about climate change and how to help people get over addiction, and he kept coming back to immigration. And I'm undecided because I've been a staunch Bernie supporter since 2016. I did vote for Biden.
Apollo, good evening.
Yeah, he's helping people out a little bit. I cannot in good conscience vote for someone who has this response towards Israel.
Come on, man.
Trump, on the other hand, I'm open to listening to Republicans, but all I hear is things they want to take away from us.
All right.
Not anything they want to do to help anybody out.
All right, Brandon. Back in the spin room, Congressman Robert Garcia, Democrat of California, talking to reporters.
Every single day. The president is out doing events every single day. He's doing press conferences. He's out there campaigning. And we all see that every day. So this idea that somehow the cold is going to affect the outcome of the election, I think is silly. At the end of the day, he was being honest, and Donald Trump was lying.
Sir, is it a problem? Is it a problem, though, that you're getting...
Well, I tried.
...who's going to be on the ticket? Right, I mean, normally a candidate has a bad night and it's on to the next, but you're getting these questions for a reason. How much of a problem is that?
Look, I think you're asking the question. We're being very honest and very clear. Joe Biden is our nominee. He's a good man. We trust him. We're behind him. And I think the focus needs to be on the contrast of tonight. The truth is that we had somebody in Donald Trump that all he did was lie every single time. Yep. He lied and lied and lied. And so I would much rather have a president that may have had a minor cold or maybe had, a
little too old,
drink of water to clear his throat. That's a good man and that actually can deliver for the American people. Because I know that Joe Biden is not going to lead a coup and lead essentially an insurrectionist to attack the Capitol. Joe Biden is going to protect the Capitol and protect democracy. We have a convicted criminal in Donald Trump. He's a criminal who faces multiple more counts. And I think that contrast is going to be made to the American people.
Who won the poll? We had a poll.
Is it really fair to say that, for example, you're mentioning the conviction, but
why can't I see the result?
His polling numbers have only increased, his fundraising numbers have only increased. Is it really fair to make that argument?
Look, I think both candidates are obviously raising a lot of money, and I think at the end of the day, polls have been close. We've always said this is going to be a close election.
It was 2-2-2.
Never once said this was not going to be a close election. It was always going to be a close election. But
I voted for Trump.
Every single day from here to November, we're going to make.
I guess in terms of winning, he won the debate.
Expanded health care, protecting a woman's right to choose, and is making sure that students and the LGBTQ plus community are supported, versus someone who literally led an attack on the Capitol and is a convicted criminal. And that's an important distinction to make.
You said just now.
Congressman Garcia there, Democrat of California, talking to reporters. You heard the reporters questioning him about concern by Democrats of President Joe Biden remaining as the nominee. Peter Baker of the New York Times tweeting out, Biden hoped to build fresh momentum by agreeing to debate 2 months before he is nominated. Instead, his halting and disjointed performance prompted a wave of panic among Democrats and reopened discussions of whether he should be the nominee at all. Tim, Hanover
There's
Park,
no
Illinois.
replacing him.
Tim, what did you think of tonight's debate?
He is the nominee.
I mean, I thought it was a joke. I don't even remember. I watched the entire debate, and I don't even remember anything that happened.
I do.
It seemed like.
Can you recall the candidates' positions on one issue that you care about?
Yeah, I can recall the answer to the question about child care. None of them answered it, and I thought it was striking because Donald Trump in 2017 doubled the child care tax credit. He does, and I bet he doesn't even know he did that. And in 2021, Joe Biden, as part of the COVID stimulus, increased it even more and said he was going to cut child poverty in half, and then he let that expire, which naturally did double child poverty. So, Donald Trump didn't even bring this up. They don't even know what themselves have done, and they don't know what each other have done. They argued about golf school. It was a joke.
Absolute joke.
Tim there in Illinois. Matt Visor tweeting out.
Now I want to see the golf match.
President Kamala Harris was on CNN following tonight's debate, and this is what she said.
Extraordinarily strong.
Extraordinarily strong. What we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump. She says, yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish.
Wow.
John in Boise, Idaho, supporting the former president. John, how did your candidate do?
Yeah. Biden, I don't think he's going to make it another term. He's going downhill pretty fast. Donald Trump, when he was in office, he brought the work back to United States. He closed off the borders. He did bring the work back, which I'm an electrician, so they actually taxed me, a union electrician. So he taxed me a little bit more and didn't let me do my write-offs and stuff. But I thought it was for the good because we had so much work that was out of control. And
even Rihanna was singing about it. Work.
I'm all for Trump.
All right.
I think he's going to bring back the commodity here and everything, the businesses. And I know Biden's got some business deals going, and there is some stuff going on in Boise that he started, but Trump will do the exact same thing. He will not veto that.
Boise bad.
Going and everything.
All right. The candidates also talked about immigration tonight several times. And if you missed any of tonight's debate, you'll be able to find it on our website.
Sorry, I hit the commercial for
midnight tonight in its entirety. Not on the stage tonight, as many of you know, was Robert
Trying to let you guys not
Jr. He decided
miss a
to
call.
hold his own debate where he would respond to the questions.
We're going to see some RFK
candidates at the CNN debate. Here's what RFK had to say on immigration.
Mr. Kennedy, the question which neither candidate answered was...
Yeah, John Stossel.
There are millions of undocumented immigrants in the country now. What would you do?
Well, I want to comment on their digressions. Because I think President Trump is right that there's a lot of bad people coming across. I think that's undisputed, and we're seeing rises in crime that are associated with the immigrants. But more importantly, there's just a sheer number of them. And I think a lot of the Democrats...
RFK had his own debate.
Humanitarian impulse, out of the impulse of compassion. But when you're actually down there and talking to people... it's not a compassionate solution. The people that I talk to, many of them have been extorted, they've been exploited.
TheRealDebate.com.
We have an immigration policy in this country that is now being run by the Sinaloa drug cartel. The Border Patrol takes, because they've been ordered not to do their job, they're, catch and release. They bring them to the Yuma airport, put them on a plane to any destination they want. This is true. It sounds like hyperbole, but it's not. And they pay their ticket, and then they get reimbursement from FEMA. It's insane. There's 110,000 immigrants now in New York, and President Trump's right. They're being put up at hotels. Many of them are on the street. They have a asylum court date 7 years in the future. They can't legally work. They're taken advantage of by predatory employers. We're paying them $6 an hour, and those employers are bidding against union shops. We're getting paid $35 or $50 an hour, and the union shops are losing the bid. They are camped out in Randall's Island on the playing fields where the children are supposed to be playing.
Will someone think of the children?
For sports. Those fields were closed during COVID. So these kids, these wonderful New York City kids, were scholarship tracked, could not play their sport, and their lives were, and now the same thing's happening. They can't play their sport because there's immigrants.
Time is up here.
Kids can't play sports because of immigrants.
Presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on the debate stage in a separate venue. He held that debate responding to what the two candidates were asked at the CNN debate, streaming it on X. And
I am so sorry for the people that had to go to commercial break.
Your
you missed RFK, and that was hilarious.
Tonight, the first in this.
I didn't want you to miss a call,
cycle.
And you missed RFK, and it was insane.
Let's hear from Debbie in New York. Debbie, why are you undecided still?
Debbie.
Hello? Hi, it's your turn. You are undecided. Tell us why.
I am undecided because the choices really between Democrats, Republicans, as well as the third party. The
third party.
We have no hope. It's really discouraging and disconcerting that we have, the choices we have are really disparaging. It's how and what can we possibly do? Where do we go from here?
Seriously, this country.
Debbie, on the issues, who do you lean toward?
Certainly Biden. His policies are excellent. He's accomplished so much. The only thing that concerns me is his health, and I wish he was 20 years younger, of course.
Do you think he should be the nominee?
I cannot say I don't think he should be the nominee. I just wish that we had somebody who was younger, who was carrying the same policy, who was who thinks the same way, who accomplishes the same goals as President Biden does. I really do like what he's doing, what he's done for the country. I like his decency. I like him as a human being, as opposed to Trump, who lies. I think we're all, as Americans, we're all intelligent enough to know when we're being lied to so blatantly.
So, Debbie, is there anything that the former president could do to convince you to vote for him?
No.
Anywhere.
No.
So then what would you do? Because you're leaning toward President Biden, but yet you say you're undecided. So what are you going to do?
Shit or get off the pot.
Until the last moment, I have always been undecided, to be honest with you. I was hoping Mitt Romney would run. Oh, God, anybody but Trump, for God's sakes.
Mitt Romney in 2024.
Oregon, Colorado, also undecided. Tyler, thanks for calling in tonight.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to thank you so much for the opportunity to call in. I feel like more now than ever, this country is so divided. We need to come together. I'm leaning more towards Trump. I did vote for him in 2016. He's a viable leader. When he came into office, he did what he promised to the American people. With me being prior military, Trump is behind the troops. He's for the troops. He's for this country. And I've seen a lot more military programs underneath Trump as opposed to now where there's less programs. The VA is very undercompensated. The wait times are extremely longer than what they were underneath Trump.
So Tyler, what's your hesitation then? Why not say you're going to vote for the former president?
I honestly was just trying to get through on the phone call.
Oh, all right. I'm going to go to Roy in Garland, Texas.
Oh, she settled it down.
You're going to vote for President Biden in November.
No, actually, support Donald Trump. The other line was busy.
Guys, we're going to play along with the rules here. Call in on the line of the candidate you're supporting, or if you're undecided, or a third-party candidate. Debbie in Willis, Texas. Debbie?
Yes.
Who are you going to vote for in
Debbie.
November?
Donald Trump. Voted for him last time. I'll vote for him this time because he loves the U.S. and he will get us out of this mess.
Does he?
Biden is too old. I would never vote for him. I mean, he's a joke, and everybody knows it. He
Debbie,
doesn't know where he is half the time.
Your top issues.
The what?
Your top issues in this campaign. What do you
have issues?
All I care about is getting Trump in because he'll do the right thing with everything.
All
he
right.
will take care of us. Our country is
Trump will take care of us.
Scared, and Biden leaving all these immigrants in. I'm 74. We're all scared because people are being killed. Thousands of them are coming across.
You're scared because Fox News tells you to be scared.
And I think they should put electric wire up there so that anybody tries to get in, zap them.
All right.
I'm sure you do.
Willis, Texas, talking about immigration, supporting the former president. Many of you mentioned the topic of age, the president's age, as we showed you reporters talking to Democratic operatives, and they are expressing concern about the president's performance and his age. It was brought up at tonight's debate. Take a listen.
President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world?
Off-world, what's up, my friend?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me.
I'm not high enough for this shit.
You would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year.
They're only taking calls for another 15 minutes.
We knock on wood wherever we may have wood.
So I'd say they've already got all their callers
just
in.
won 2 club championships, not even senior. 2 regular club championships. To do that,
that's why I quit trying.
Quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
Golf off for the presidency.
I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds.
I didn't know. I wish he'd said I didn't know they stack shit that high.
6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. And by the way,
Barack played a lot of golf.
I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I have, you know how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay, let's
not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn.
Let's not act like children.
What?
One of the moments from tonight's presidential debate.
Let's not act like children.
Election cycle with the 2 presumptive nominees from each party. A debate taking place.
Yeah, they're not the nominees yet.
Republicans will meet in Milwaukee in July for their convention. Democrats in Chicago in August to formally nominate these 2 candidates. Jeff in Flowery Branch, Georgia. Jeff, who do you support?
Jeff.
Yes, that's
Jeff
correct.
in Georgia.
Good evening. I'm an independent voter. I wish there was a stronger third party in the United States. I would like to point out to a lot of the callers that call in that, you know, the border problem has existed since the 60s or even a little bit earlier than that. So how many presidents have we had for both parties that have not dealt with that issue? So that's not an issue just today.
I mean, immigration has been an issue
for years and years and years.
In the entire country's
the GOP
existence.
Party cut the border funding by 24%. They passed a law, or not a law, one of their programs that cut security guards. So Biden had to rebuild that. And the thing that I like.
What are you for, Venus?
Okay, so Biden struggled tonight. I didn't think it was an impressive performance, but the other candidate
You live in
never answered the
sexual
question.
anarchy?
The only thing I ever heard through the whole conversation was, I'm great, I'm the greatest, I've been the greatest ever, I'll be the greatest. That's all that man said.
So Jeff,
you
who
have an
are you
individual-
voting for? Who are you voting for in November?
I am leaning towards Joe Biden, but the reason I'm leading towards Joe Biden is you can't put a person in office. Number one, because of his convicted felons, he now cannot visit so many countries in the world. Number two, this individual said, I'm the second Messiah. That came out of his mouth. He said he is the white Mandela. He's also referred to Hitler numerous times, and that he wants to be a dictator. You can't put it in the White House that says he wants to be a dictator. And that's the only thing he's out to be.
All right, Jeff. William,
Yeah,
Wynwood, Oklahoma.
the debate was sad to
President
watch.
Trump, former President Trump. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. And what did you like? What did you hear from him tonight that you liked?
I liked his immigration policy he talked about. I don't think he really
Buckeball in the ass.
fully went into depth about his plan for the mass deportations, but I believe that is viable and probably a good direction for our country.
Round people up.
Most of the countries in the world, this kind of immigration has never been seen before in history.
Put them on trains.
Playing with fire, if you ask me. And I think we need to take a step back and kind of reevaluate, I guess, what's happening. I mean, this is unprecedented. Never happened before in history on this scale.
What?
Immigration? Yes. So I think his immigration was the big thing I was focusing on.
Okay. John in Illinois, supporting President Biden. Right, John?
Yes, I
Okay.
am.
And tell us why. What did you hear from him that you liked?
Well, it wasn't so much what I heard from the president that I liked. It's more what he didn't say. And what I mean by that is, I'm counting on President Biden to really take a different stance, especially on foreign policy coming up here, because I think that's one place where, though it is domestic, Trump also really gets through on. With his anti-China rhetoric. Something like that is what I'm expecting to come from the president.
John, what do you make of the consternation by Democrats that the president did not perform well tonight?
Consternation.
Well, the consternation, that really comes down to, I think, just kind of how, bothered the president seemed to be, at least with Trump's presence there. Again, what I'm really counting on Biden to do, though it is a specific policy option, I want him, and I'm expecting him, to line up several divisions of the Army, roll up Mexico all the way to Colombia, and then drop some paratroopers on Mexico.
We'll go to Camille. Camille, you were undecided?
Yes.
And
so I am.
Invade Mexico.
The debate tonight, given you're undecided.
What's up, Camille?
Well, I thought the moderators did a very good job. I thought that they asked very relevant questions to issues that a lot of people have concerns about. I was not impressed with any answers from either side. I am a registered Democrat. I did vote for President Biden at the previous election. During the Democratic primaries in New York, I handed in a blank slip because I've been unhappy with how Biden has been running. I don't think I would ever vote for Donald Trump. I'm just really not sure what to do right now with what we're being given.
And what are you concerned about with the president? The foreign policy?
Absolutely. Foreign policy. I'm concerned about a free state of Palestine and how things in Israel are going. Just concerns in general with Roe v. Wade being overturned, LGBTQ rights, how things are going with education and things that have been passed in other states regarding religion in the schools. And I think that things are just a little bit scary right now.
Camille, what should the president do to get your vote?
I think he should take a harder stance on a lot of these issues that I mentioned previously.
She just said it.
Do you think he should remain the nominee after tonight's debate?
To be totally honest, in a perfect world, I don't think he would. I don't think he should.
You don't think he should? Who would replace him? At this point, it's June 27th.
Gavin Newsom.
4 months away from the general election.
Gavin Newsom.
I honestly, I don't have an answer. I don't know.
My answer.
There in New York. More of your calls coming up here, but first joining us from inside the spin room is Meg Kennard, national politics reporter with the Associated
What up,
Press.
Meg?
Meg Kennard, what is the headline tomorrow from this debate?
Hey there, it's good to be with you. I think the headline from this debate is it probably didn't change a whole lot of Americans' minds. We often hear that coming into these things, but I would say that coming out of tonight,
they're not going to pick a progressive like that.
Don't love Donald Trump, who are probably still feeling that way, and voters who don't love Joe Biden are probably still feeling that way too. Of course, we're hearing different versions of who won, who lost, and who's up and who's down from a lot of the surrogates doing spin in the room behind.
What do you guys think? Trump won, I guess.
Who really haven't yet decided exactly what's going on for them.
Trump didn't give any answers.
I still don't feel like they necessarily have a clear picture of what they're going to be doing after tonight. And they have a couple more months to decide, but that timeline is getting.
Biden was a good president. That is the problem.
Asking of those supporters for President
You're exactly
Biden.
right, Starlight.
What are they asking of those supporters in the spin room tonight?
There was one scrum with all of the Biden surrogates. I was in it, and over there were questions about how they felt about President Biden's performance. Were they confident in his performance? And of Gavin Newsom particularly, did he regret not running himself this cycle? And there weren't a lot of clear answers to those. Of course, these are surrogates on behalf of the president, and so they are going to be saying something positive about the performance that they saw. But the questions that came up from reporters like me who were in the spin room, how do you really feel about this? Are you sure? Is this something that you feel good about as a supporter of the president's campaign? And obviously, these are folks who have been supporting President Biden, and they're arguing that this is one debate. And of course, everyone is going to read into certain pauses or other things that happened during it. They're all portraying that confidence. But I can tell you that there are also a lot of texts flying around from different Democrats that I'm in touch with and other former Biden adjacent people that I've worked with in the past who were expressing concern and saying they didn't really like what they saw tonight. So I'm sure that there are a lot of tough conversations happening on that side of things tonight too.
What are the reporters in the room asking of those that are supporting the former president? What are they following up on from tonight's debate?
They're following up on some
specifics.
Certainly,
Interesting.
Repeatedly, Trump pivoted back to immigration over and over, and so they're asking for clarity on is this obviously still a top issue for him, and what would he continue to say about things that he portrays as Joe Biden's failures along the U.S.-Mexico border. But a lot of what we're hearing unprompted from those surrogates is, yeah, we feel really great about how our guy did tonight. Joe Biden didn't do that well, and of course we'd heard in the days leading up to tonight the Trump surrogates and the Trump campaign kind of portraying this Joe Biden as a very seasoned debater, and he's been doing it for decades, and kind of just saying that they were coming into this thinking that he would be a very tough opponent. And then tonight we heard a very big flip from that of, yeah, this wasn't a great night for the Democratic president, and we as Trump supporters are feeling super great. I heard the words devastation being thrown around by some of the surrogates who were back there behind me. Clearly that's not my opinion. That's just
devastation
from some folks in the Trump camp tonight. But clearly their mood was rather jubilant, and there were a whole lot of them out there on the floor a long time before any of Joe Biden's surrogates showed up, and the last I checked they were still out there after his surrogates had left.
Where do these two candidates go next?
Well, the Trump campaign is tonight having a different event with some of those who are purported to be on his VP short list. Some of the names that we've heard thrown around as potential running mates for the former president going into the Republican convention that we'll see next month. And Joe Biden is heading up to North Carolina, which is one of those states that's very much up for grabs when it comes to the general election. That's where he plans to be to meet with folks tonight. And then we will see from there where this crazy campaign schedule goes.
It's not.
Yeah, on Friday, tomorrow.
Trump won it both times, North Carolina.
Rally at Raleigh, North
Obama
Carolina.
won
noon
North Carolina.
Eastern time. We're going to have coverage of it on C-SPAN 2.
That's why they feel that North
also
Carolina is winnable.
Video mobile app, C-SPAN Now, and online at cspan.org. And then we will have live coverage of the former president in Chesapeake, Virginia at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Again, on C-SPAN 2, on C-SPAN Now, our free video mobile app, and online at cspan.org. What is the strategy for these two campaigns, Meg Kennard, to reach voters in the coming weeks?
We've said it a million times, but it really is a question of how do they get to those folks who haven't necessarily made up their minds. We've all talked to undecided voters and people who have maybe flip-flopped.
Who's everybody's pick for VP?
Campaign cycles where they've had options to be selecting Biden or Trump in the past.
I think the top three are Burgum,
and some of these key
J.D. Vance,
which was the first thing
and Marco Rubio, apparently.
Obviously,
but I think he's just signaling those.
For a lot of voters that I talk to, but it's always the economy that comes up first. And so
I don't think it's going to be one of those three. I think that's a smokescreen. That's the signal to the centrist part of the party.
Table type issues that are top of mind for a lot of people. And I think for former President Donald Trump, he is already doing it. He was doing it tonight, trying to remind people of how strong the economy was during his administration and arguing that any failures that are happening these days are just because Joe Biden is in the White House and not him, and he would take it right back to where it was should he occupy the White House again himself as president. So I think we're going to be continuing to hear a lot of that messaging, and it's those voters in the middle who really they're going to need to try to reach with that message.
Meg Kennard is the national politics reporter with the
Meg Kennard.
We thank you for your time.
Thank you, Meg.
Thank you.
The conversation will continue tomorrow morning on the Washington Journal.
You promised me more calls.
And presidential debate starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. And also, thanks for joining us. Our coverage of tonight's CNN presidential debate.
You said we'd take more calls.
C-SPAN 2 will continue now with other programming.
You should have gave us at least one or two more.
C-SPAN or listening on C-SPAN radio, we'll have a full replay.
There's Clinically. Somebody asked where you were at earlier. I got a couple more stories to do that we didn't get to earlier. They were on my fun list. Fair enough. I don't want to, as is tradition. The judge in the Karen Reed case, the jury is still deliberating. Apparently the judge snapped at Karen.
All right, so why are we out here?
Your Honor, I just saw the verdict forms, and as we discussed yesterday, the amendments that the court indicated it would make on the verdict
Oh, no.
forms have not been made.
Okay, I did not say I'd make it. I said I'd think about it. I said I was tired and I needed to think about it.
What you said before you were tired and you needed to think about it was you agreed that there needs to be not guilty options for the subordinate charges
Yes.
under count 2.
I said that it made sense to me, but no, I did not change it upon looking at it because the verdict slip, this verdict slip as submitted to the jury, is exactly how it always is in Massachusetts.
I ask you a question. I don't really care how it always is in Massachusetts. I care about whether or not it's appropriate.
It's appropriate.
Different things.
It's appropriate.
Let me make my argument, if you don't mind, Judge, why it's not appropriate. For a superior charge, they have to decide that she is not guilty of the superior charge, and that is the starting point of whether or not she is guilty or not guilty of any subordinate charge, often called a lesser included. Once they decide that she's not guilty of the superior charge,
I think he's right.
There's two additional charges that they've been instructed. They must decide whether she.
How was it for you?
How do they decide that
Are you
she's
smoking a cigarette afterwards?
involuntary manslaughter?
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
I'd like an answer from the court. How do they decide that she's not guilty of involuntary manslaughter?
Painful indeed.
That's their decision to make.
And how do they make it if they don't have an option to check a box that says not guilty?
They don't check the box that says guilty, do they? And then when they go to the next block, they don't check the block that says guilty, and on the top you're left with not guilty. Okay?
So it's the absence of the check mark that the court determines is the not guilty finding by the jury.
Yes, that's what the verdict slip reads. It reads not guilty. If they don't check block 2, 3, or 4, the verdict slip reads not guilty. Okay? That's how it is, Mr. Jackson.
Well, and apparently that's how it's going to be because of the court's order. That is not how it should be, and it's over our strong objection. They need to see that there is a not guilty option for the subordinate charges. If they come back guilty on, for instance, involuntary manslaughter, that's immediately appealable. They didn't have an option on the verdict.
I agree with him.
Not guilty. It's almost like the court is directing a verdict of the subordinate charges.
Okay. I disagree with you. Mr. Yannetti, you've seen verdict slips exactly like this. Okay?
I actually haven't.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
Well, this is if he's going to raise this as grounds of appeal. If he thinks she's going to get convicted, he's going to do everything he can to try to have grounds for appeal that they violated her constitutional rights. And apparently the jury forms is one of the things that he might be searching out.
Have you had no lesser includeds?
No, we've always had lesser includeds, but I have not seen a verdict slip there where not guilty is not an option for the lesser included.
Okay, I disagree with you. All right, excuse me. This is funny, Ms. Reed. All right, we're done.
All rise for the court, please.
So if you missed us talking about this story last night, she has been accused of killing her cop boyfriend. Apparently he was found outside of a party. She says she was framed by his cop friends. I'm taking her side. I'm totally behind her. It seems like the judge has been a cunt. I agree with the lawyer on that issue. So we're definitely going to be taking we're going to be keeping up with what's going on with the Karen Reed trial. The jury is still deliberating. It's the 4th day of jury deliberation. Very, very much into this case. Free Karen Reed. She has a base of support, apparently. Here we go. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is our Pride story. We're getting ready to wrap up Pride Month. We'll give you a real good Pride story. Marjorie Taylor Greene is upset about this drag queen. No, what's scary is men pretending to be women, reading gender cult lying books to our children, provocatively dancing nearly nude in public spaces, and taking over our bathrooms, sports, and private spaces. Women and children need protection from them. This is the clip that Marge shared.
I'm curious for you, first of all, what this day means to you, and second of all, have both Democrats and Republicans agreed to meet with you?
Yes, we will be meeting with both Democrats and Republicans. And I'm really excited to go speak with all of our lawmakers about the attacks that we're seeing on our LGBTQ community. It's so important to talk about and to discuss protections for our queer community.
Can I let you listen to the current sentiment that's being shared by former President Donald Trump, who, of course, is running for re-election? Here it is.
Of course.
We're going to take care of our capital. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding of any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children.
In those three things, he mentions what he calls transgender insanity. If he's voted in as the next president, what will that mean to you?
We already see so many attacks on our queer community. I already don't feel safe in my own hometown, just dressed in drag like this. And it's very scary for queer people to exist in a time where we see this kind of rhetoric being pushed by our lawmakers and the people who should care about other issues that actually affect the American people, other than attacking our community, our LGBTQIA plus community. It's very disappointing, and I hope for better for our country.
That is Bridget Bandit, who was shared out. She was talking about politicians. She was shared out by Marjorie Taylor Greene. I like that. She responded to Marjorie Taylor Greene, said, "Hi Marjorie, I'm Bridget, and I'm the queen in the clip. I'm born female and not a man, 'cause you know they can always tell. You were just proving that gender is socially constructed and have no idea what you're talking about, and why you should have no say in our lives." So go, Bridget Bandit. He wants attention. He's very much thinking it's time for me to be on the couch with a cat in my lap. But sometimes cats, they don't want to go to bed when you want them to go to bed. Stone Cold Steve Austin had this problem with his cat Pancho. I might have gotten it wrong.
Hey, what's up, Steve? Come to Broke Skull Ranch. It's bedtime out here. Rounding up the cats. There he is. Pancho, come here, Pancho. Pancho, bedtime. Come here, buddy.
Cat don't want to go to bed.
Come here, Pancho. You little motherfucker. Pancho! Pachi! Pancho! Hey, what's up, Steve? Come to Broke Skull Ranch. It's bedtime out here. Rounding up the cats. There he is. Pancho, come here, Pancho. Pancho, bedtime. Come here, buddy. Punchy. Come here, Pancho. You little motherfucker. Pancho!
Motherfucker indeed.
Pancho! Hey, what's up, Steve? Come to Broke Skull Ranch. It's bedtime out here. Rounding up the cats.
Oh, hell yeah.
There he is.
He loves his cat.
Pancho! Pancho! Bedtime!
Look at that cat. If you're watching on Twitch, you're gonna head over to Echoplex Media. It's a Thursday, isn't it? Satanic Panic. Fire by Night later. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you soon. Sunday night, probably. Patrol Live.